Welcome everyone to the Board of Commissioners meeting, and if you join me in the pledge, followed by a moment of silence for our veterans, first responders, all the heroes out there, and also let's remember the people of the floods and the pandemic and all the people that are suffering today. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Roll call, please, Lori.
Majeski?
Here.
Pittsburgh? Here. Strauss?
Strasser Whitmer here.
Reinhardt?
Here.
Fitzpatrick?
Here.
Copeland?
Here.
Haskell?
Here.
Okay, so everybody had a chance to look over the new agenda. If you're happy with it, could I have a motion to approve it?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I'll second.
Moved by Dale, seconded by Samantha to approve the agenda. Any more discussion?
I'd like to add a discussion on a resolution that I have here to support Gladwin County for their trouble with the dams.
Okay,
Where will that be added? In what part of the agenda?
Under new business, I guess.
Okay.
okay. Everybody okay with that? It's a good idea. All in
Would
favor?
you like me to do a roll call?
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, I
That's all
can't
right.
get that straight.
Majeski?
Yep.
Pittsburgh? Yes. Strauss?
Yes.
Fitzpatrick?
Yes.
Copeland?
Yes.
Haskell?
Yes.
Reinhardt?
Yes. Okay, has everybody had a chance to look over the Board of Commissioners minutes for April 22nd? If you're happy with them, could I have a motion, please?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Moved by Jeff, seconded by David to approve the minutes of the April 22nd Board of Commissioners meeting. Any more discussion? Lori?
Haskell?
Yes.
Copeland?
Yes.
Fitzpatrick?
Yes.
Strauss?
Yes.
Pittsburgh? Yes. Majeski?
Yes.
Reinhardt?
Yes. Okay, so everybody looked over the special minutes, meeting minutes of April 24. If so, could I have a motion to approve them?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Moved by Leonard, seconded by Dale to approve the special meeting minutes of April 24th. Any more discussion? Lori?
Strauss?
Yes.
Majeski?
Yes.
Pittsburgh? Yes. Fitzpatrick?
Yes.
Copeland?
Yes.
Haskell?
Yes.
Reinhardt?
Yes. This special minutes, meeting minutes of May 5th. Everybody okay with that? If they are, could I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll support it.
Moved by Dale, supported by Leonard to approve the special meeting minutes of May the 5th. Any more discussion? Lori?
Majeski?
Yep.
Strauss?
Yes.
Haskell?
Yes.
Copeland?
Yes.
Fitzpatrick?
Yes.
Pittsburgh? Yes. Reinhardt?
Yes. General public comment. Is anyone from the public who would like to address the board?
I would, Chris Piaczek. I have three quick things I'd like to ask. At the last meeting, the prosecutor came in to get the board to approve a contracted person, and Mr. Majewski said he wanted to get a second opinion other than the civil attorney and the prosecutor's attorney. Was that opinion got? did you get another opinion?
Haven't did that yet.
Okay, and who will that opinion come from?
Probably our attorney, I would think.
Okay, who was the civil attorney then that gave the opinion that Michelle brought in?
Not sure.
Okay,
Do you know
who,
some of
It was from Stoker.
Yeah, I thought it
Was
was from our
Stoker?
attorney.
Yes, it was.
okay,
It was from Dave Stoker.
thank you. So you would call a separate attorney? Does the board have another attorney that they talk to, or?
I know.
Okay, so I guess I'm unclear. Would you just randomly contact an attorney? I'm not sure how that works.
Right. No, I would probably just talk to Mr. Stoker, myself.
Okay, so do we have to pay for all of
His
them?
opinion,
I'm sorry, excuse me.
and get his opinion personally, so.
Okay, so do we pay for each one of those opinions? I'm assuming you do.
Probably, yeah.
Okay. Okay, my second question is, I noticed on the minutes that the treasurer stated she wasn't seeing anyone within the purview of the courthouse who has access to it, looking at the budget on a daily basis. And she encouraged that budget adjustments need to be made daily. I think that's certainly important, especially during this time. I'm assuming that each one of the commissioners looks at that budget daily.
We don't have access to that budget daily.
Okay. That's interesting. Okay, so you would get that through the administrator, through Tracy?
We would get it when before the meetings and things, we get it, we look at it. We don't have, only the elected officials and department heads have access to that daily.
Aren't you you don't consider yourself the elected official? I guess I'm a little confused about that.
Yeah, but we don't have access to this on a daily basis. We're not part of the system. We can't sit at home and log into the county system.
You can't, okay. All right, and lastly, and I appreciate your time. Lastly, I don't remember if it was the last meeting or the meeting before, there was a discrepancy on some budget numbers that what had been put in between the administrator's numbers and another department's. They differed. Was that ever investigated, and what was the reason for that? Did you ever find out?
Well, we're not entirely sure who put the numbers in, so.
But doesn't that show on, I mean, when you log in and enter numbers, not anyone can just do it, right?
Can I ask what your intent of asking these are?
Well, I just want to know if it was
Are
taken
you
care
trying
of.
to make us, are you trying to make us look bad or something?
No, not at all, Jack. I'm trying to ask if everyone is accountable. I mean, if the budget is in such terrible shape, I think those items are important. No, I just want to know if it's been looked into and how can that be traced? I think that's a valid question.
I think there's some important stuff here that's not known by a lot of people.
Okay,
We've had some indications that people other than IT have been able to access people's computers. Now,
Okay.
I talked to Jesse about it. He said that we don't have the expensive software to be able to monitor, to verify that.
okay,
So it brings into question if this was, I'm just going to hypothetically say, if this was in a court situation, if somebody came forward and testified that they are aware that somebody was accessing computers that wasn't supposed to be, that could, in a jury's eye, not necessarily mean that somebody's guilty of something. I mean, we've had people I personally had somebody contact me concerned about our security with our emails, that certain individuals can review our emails. So there's some security issues there that would have to be looked at. So if we're looking at
Okay.
this from a legal standpoint, there's a lot of things that need to be
Right,
addressed. And obviously, if we need special software to try to monitor or figure this out, we obviously don't have the money to do so.
okay,
So
and that's
we're
valid,
in a weird situation.
that's a valid point. So if someone is hacking in, that's certainly a fraud situation and could be detrimental, very, so. Okay, all right, well, thank you very much for the information.
Anyone else out there like to address the board? I didn't get that. Was that somebody wanting to address us
I
or?
think someone was just talking background.
Oh, okay,
I would, Jack.
okay.
Over the past several months, I've had to endure disrespectful conduct, condescending comments, and even being mocked by some of the board members. While you do not have to like me or my actions as county clerk, you do not get to continue to treat me the way that some of you have been treating me. I am an elected official of this county, and more importantly, a human being, and deserve respect. I have reached out to each of the commissioners to extend an olive branch. I've impressed upon you that I am only interested in being part of the conversations and communications that are both constructive and beneficial to the county and the employees of Clare County. Our elected offices, yours and mine alike, are no place for grudges, vendettas, or politics. I have expressed my desire to move forward working as a team. In fact, when Administrator Byard was off work for a month, at that time with COVID shut down the state, directly impacting our county, I stepped up along with Treasurer Beamer Fritzinger to assist Chairman Feinhardt in making sure our county continued to function. Meetings happened, bills got paid, and information got released to the department heads and employees. During this brief time, I expressed to Chairman Kleinhardt how refreshing it was and how pleased I was that we were working together so well for the benefit of our staff and constituents. Over the past month and a half, things have quickly reverted back to their old negative ways. I dare say even gotten worse. Each time I enter the boardroom for either commission meetings or finance committee meetings, I am met with total disrespect. Despite the negativity, I've continued to work with other department heads to come up with constructive ideas to help cut our budget. Even in doing this, I am disrespected and accused of plotting against the board. As one of you recently yelled at me. Again, I continue to push forward, and after the last meeting when the payroll clerk position was terminated, I considered offering to take the remaining accounts payable clerk back under my umbrella of my office. My logic was that I already have an employee that is currently trained in the governmental BSNA software, both payroll and accounts payable, and could easily act as a backup for our accounts payable clerk in her absence. As my offer was intended to be helpful and generous, I reached out to Administrator Byard with my plan and asked the board to entertain a motion at the next Board of Commissioners meeting wherein a thorough discussion could be had about the benefits of this move. I requested that this item be placed on the agenda for today's board meeting. The Administrator Byard informed me that Chairman Kleinhardt had instructed her not to place my request on the agenda, and I was to address him directly. Again, let me make this clear. I'm attempting to work as a team and offer my help where it is needed. The act was not malicious, and I was not trying to usurp the administrator's control over this department. My consideration was primarily for the employee affected, who will back up the accounts payable clerk when she's sick or wants to take a vacation. Some of the board members have made it clear that they do not welcome my help. This is not the positive direction I was hoping to take. Thank you.
Could I ask you, first I want to say that thank you for stepping up there when Tracy was gone. You was a big help.
Thank
You
you. We
helped me-
discussed that and we
You
worked
helped
very
me
well
get
together.
through there. Through some times, you know, my phone was ringing off the hook, my emails were coming off the one right after the other on this. And I want to thank you for that.
You're welcome. I was
Did
happy to do it.
If I ever shown you disrespect, if I did, I apologize
I
to
do
you.
believe you have. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You think I've shown you disrespect?
When you called and yelled at me the way you did, told me I was plotting against the board,
Well, okay,
yes.
okay. You know, have you taken time to look into the statutes on the separations of powers?
Yes. Some of
Why
them.
the clerk and why the treasurer and why the board have different jobs that they do?
Yes, checks
different
and balances.
checks and- Do you think maybe that's why that was switched over?
Well, I look at it the opposite way, is because Tracy controls the budget, she controls all of the finances, all the expenditures, and she has complete control and authority over the clerk, payroll and accounts payable clerk. You move her back to my office, that takes that intimidation level off of the payroll clerk. It reinforces the checks and balances. And I'm not saying Tracy intimidates her in any way, no,
If
but that
you
was the
look-
primary.
If you look at the big book, where it says the roles of the clerk, the roles of the prosecutor, the roles of the treasurer, and the roles of the board.
Right.
Our job, two things, to set policy and to have the final say on the budget. Those are the only two. I can't go over to your office and tell people, you need to do this, you need to do that. That's the separations of powers. And by the payroll people, which are our people, are underneath our jurisdiction, that's part of the checks and balances.
And you know, that's
Nothing
fine.
against-
I only
nothing
wanted to
against
discuss
you.
it, and you shut me right down and wouldn't even let me discuss it
Nothing
in an open
against
meeting.
you.
Can I comment there?
Yep.
I'm the chairman of finance, you know, have, discussed on mileage, like,
Mhm.
I haven't seen one, disrespected yet, or anything.
I didn't say everyone.
Well, I think we need to understand that you obviously work for all of us. We are your constituents.
Correct.
And
And
just
you
as
work
I
for me.
work for District 5, I have to take tough questions from them. You have to take tough questions from everybody.
Absolutely.
So whether it's disrespect or this plotting thing, a lot of us are wondering about the private/secret meetings that have been going on
No
between,
secret meetings.
well, nobody seemed to know anything about them until I brought it up. There was only rumors. The
Since
public
when do
was
we
not
have to ask
related.
permission to meet as elected officials?
All I'm saying is that every time we come to the table to discuss things, we never seem to get anywhere, but then all of a sudden we find out that 4 elected officials are meeting. And when we ask, okay, what are you guys coming up with? And it's like, well, we gave you something 8 months ago. Well, then we find out you guys are now meeting out at Hayes Township and not here.
No, we're
It
not.
just
I don't
doesn't,
know who's giving your information, but it's not accurate.
okay,
We meet right here in the county, fully transparent.
okay. So anybody can meet at these meetings? Is there any place that where are you guys meeting on a regular basis so that we can, all the constituents can be a part of that
It's
meeting?
not a
Do you
public
believe that
meeting.
we're under the Open Meetings Act?
We're not.
No, I'm not implying
I
that.
don't have to invite you. I don't have to invite you to a party to my house. I don't have to invite you to a meeting I'm having with other elected officials.
Okay, just remember that if I meet with 4 or more of my counterparts, that's a violation of.
It is,
It
because
is.
you are
We
under
need
the
to
Open
talk
Meeting
about
Act. We are not.
Okay, well, that's fine. Obviously, I represent District 5, so.
Anyway, well, I don't know if we made you feel any better, but I got good news for you. I'm gonna be leaving here shortly, so you guys will have to figure it out. Okay? Yeah, mask. Anything else, Lori?
No, that's it.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, any other public comment out there?
We have a few chats that have come in.
But,
We have a few chat messages. that
okay,
have
go
come in.
ahead.
Everyone has said, everyone, the flood in Midland, my dad was in that flood. He's staying at the movie theater. His apartment flooded.
Who said that?
Adriana said that. I believe, the individual with the blue hood in the upper left-hand corner. Don Van Bott said, agreed, valid question regarding accountability. And from Tyler and Jacob, they asked, I'm trying to message the room and I'm not sure how. My children are watching this to learn how our county works. And it seems like these people are more interested in people's feelings than the issues that need fixed. Will this change? And is this how these meetings are to go? And that's it.
That's it?
That's it.
Who's that last person?
Tyler and Jacob.
Okay, if there's no more
Could I say something real quick concerning the clerk wanting to pay payroll and accounts payable under her? I don't know what was discussed. I just thought I'd stop in to make it known that I am perfectly happy where I'm at, and I think that we can efficiently take care of everything we need to take care of between our office. So I just wanted to make that out there, put that out there. I mean, I've been here long enough that I can manage both jobs now, and I have faith that the rest of us can do the same. So just wanted to make that known.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jody.
All right. No
Could
more
the
public
people who
comment.
are off camera please announce who they are when they're speaking, because we can't see them. Could the people who are not on camera, could you?
Charge.
Hey, Carl.
Hi. That was Jody, Chris from payroll.
Thank you very much, Jack.
Okay, communications list. Does anyone, anything on communications that we want to discuss?
I got some stuff on communication.
Could you state who it is that's speaking?
Adriana.
Oh, Adriana. Okay.
Go ahead.
Communicating is when you, instead of like physically introducing yourself, you talk. And communicating is also ways to like make friends and stuff. I'm not really good with the school stuff or communicating. I really don't communicate a lot. So yeah, that's all I know on communication. But some stuff on communication. Don't tell me.
I couldn't quite hear that, so. She asking a question?
I
Anybody?
think she was giving you a definition of what she thinks communication is.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else, anything on the community list anybody would want to talk about? Okay. Tracy?
I just have a couple things. I did sit through a webinar with regards to the FEMA and the reimbursements. It doesn't look like we're gonna be getting a whole lot of anything other than they did mention possibility of reimbursement for overtime. So I don't know, we're still looking into that. And I've also been on some webinars with MAC, and MAC has been asking for wages and information on our public safety. So they're still pushing to get us some reimbursement on those things too. So that's pretty much up in the air. And the only other thing I wanted to tell you was that, and this was on the communications list, Delta Dental has provided us a credit for the month of June, and that was roughly $6,000, or will be roughly $6,000.
That's good.
That's it? Okay. Is Lori Phelps out there?
Yep.
Do you have a report?
Can you hear me?
Can hear you good.
Okay. Lori has my report. I think she probably passed it out to all of you. As you know, our daycare is closed. It's been closed since the COVID outbreak has happened, and it's doubtful that it's ever going to reopen. Funding is being transferred to more in the lines of more in-home respite care. So it's more person-centered, going into the home and doing more personal respite care individually. So with the closure of the adult daycare, we are going to be moving our operations across the parking lot, allowing to have a separate entrance for the building department, for contractors and homeowners, as well as a completely different entrance for seniors. I attached a drawing for you. It's on the 3rd page of the report. This will help with less traffic in the courthouse and less exposure for all of our people that come in. I also have attached some added procedures and protocols for our kitchen standards, our operating standards, our in-home help program, and then our daily office procedures. So those are also attached. That's the last page of the report. So review those. If you have any questions or concerns, just call me and ask me. We have been slammed. Senior services and code enforcement, we've done 77 permits since the governor opened us back up. We're still processing permits, and they're coming in daily. We served 8,114 meals just last month alone, and close to 2,000 hours of in-home help. Our expenses are still down from this time last year. So the deficit plan that I put in place is working. We are receiving new money. We've also got 3 new grants, and we've received a lot of money for nutrition from the CARES Act. We received a $5,000 grant from TransCanada for home delivered meal equipment. We received a $23,000 grant from USDA for a medical transportation van with wheelchair accessibility. There is a match to that, but we're receiving a $17,980 grant for the match. And then we are receiving $7,900 for iPads for our home health aides. And we are receiving $90,000 from the CARES Act right now, currently only for nutrition. I don't have any guidance on what we'll be receiving for in-home, but we continue to operate our in-home program throughout the past few months. A lot of commissions on agings cut back a lot. We did not. So we'll be receiving extra money for our in-home. I don't know what that is yet. I don't have the guidance, but as soon as I'll get it, I'll put it in my next report. Okay? Any questions?
Anybody have any questions?
What was that thing she said might be shut down and not come back?
The daycare center, adult daycare.
Yeah, now that
Yeah.
closed.
Yeah.
Just about a daycare and what you're gonna be doing when the COVID-19 is over, or is it just you hoping that you like open up again?
No, this is a daycare for the elderly. So it's a daycare. What we did is we generally just had the most vulnerable, so mostly dementia patients in the daycare, and it won't be reopening with the vulnerability of these people. that won't be opening. That money will be transferred into our respite care program, which we still already operate. Currently, our congregate is still closed too, I forgot to mention. But we are still doing curbside pickup for our congregate. We don't have a reopening on the congregate yet, but that will eventually reopen.
That's good.
So Laura, you don't perceive the daycare opening ever again, or?
Nope, I don't. It's unfortunate, but you know, they're gonna start transferring this money, the daycare money, into more person-centered, which we already get funding for more person-centered for respite care, but they're going to put more money into it. So we will be able to do more person-centered. It's in keeping them in their own environment as opposed to putting them into a group setting. I think that's just, I don't think that's going to happen anymore. Like all of the webinars and meetings that I have been in on, that money's, they're not even considering it for a daycare. So it's unfortunate, but I mean, I get it.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, you know, taxpayers, everybody put a lot of time and effort into a beautiful facility like that, and then now we got to repurpose it. It's, I guess, an unfortunate sign of the times.
Right. We received a lot of grants for that project, and you know, it was something that we really worked hard on, and it's been a struggle the past couple of months trying to come to terms with the fact that it's not going to reopen. But it makes me sad, actually.
So in the future, I guess, going forward, we're gonna have to figure out a repurpose for that portion of the building possibly? What?
No, we're moving our operations over there.
Okay, so all the operations will be out of this building here. Okay, I thought originally when I read through this, I was thinking this was kind of a temporary thing. Just assuming in my mind that the daycare would reopen at some point, but yeah, now that you're saying permanently not, then okay.
Right, because they're transferring the money into a more person-centered respite program.
Okay.
And we can't fund the daycare on our own. I mean, we did that the first year. We just can't do that.
Right, okay, no, that makes sense. Yeah, when you tie it all together, the fact that it isn't going to reappear, I could envision you moving it over there even temporarily during the COVID thing with the idea of moving back to utilize the space and not have to access the, but yeah, I totally understand.
Anything else, Lori?
No.
Okay, thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
Michelle?
Oh my God. What? If you've got VIP access, you're now allowed to do everything. I showed an inappropriate picture again.
Yeah. No, Carl, go in front of me.
Okay, Carol.
Carl Parks, Clark County Drain Commissioner, just giving you a quick update. Been getting a lot of calls since Sunday morning, and got ahead of things and started opening up some of our dams, our spillways. Lakes are extremely high right now. The Little Tobacco Drain in Clare, yesterday after touring that down there, there was floods everywhere. People's yards had water right up to their doorstep. A couple of houses had water inside their house. Went out there again this morning. Water has subsided quite a bit. So I just wanted to give you a quick update on that. But as far as our lakes, like I said, it's going to take probably a good week before we get rid of all this water and get the levels down to where they're supposed to be. Other than that, we're looking pretty good, and our thoughts and prayers go out to the people of Gladwin, Sanford, Midland. I got a good friend who lost his house, lived in Sanford. It's completely gone. Jack, you probably remember him, Larry Nelson. His house was totally gone today.
Was he on Sanford Lake?
No, he lived in the city of Sanford,
Oh.
on the river there, so
I think it
it took his house.
I was,
wild looking, wasn't it?
It's,
Big
yes,
boats and docks and with a travel trailer going down and,
yep.
wow.
I never have seen, I've been through the floods of 76 here, the floods of 86 here. I was coming back from the doctor yesterday and caught up in that down in Sanford. I've never seen, I was in South Carolina 5 years ago in Charleston when they had the floods there. I have never seen what I seen yesterday.
Right, I've been through a hurricane down in Florida, and this was, I mean, it was a small hurricane. This is actually so much more devastated.
The
Terrible.
economic impact to Midland County and Gladwin County, it's gonna be farther than we can even imagine.
Absolutely.
Any information on Dow Chemical? Have you heard anything there? Or
Not yet. Not yet.
probably our emergency manager, he might have some information on
Right, I'll check with him.
Last I heard, the National Guard was there trying to stabilize it. They got those reactors and things there that they just can't handle
Right.
flood like that.
Talking with Bill Dugan, when he used to work there, I think it was back in '86, he said it was terrible. He said everything washed right down to right to Saginaw, right into the bay, so this is bad. This is extremely bad.
The downtown district of Midland is completely underwater, and they're saying they could have 13-foot storm surge. That will completely ruin everything in downtown Midland.
Right.
Okay.
All right, that's my update.
that.
Thank you, Carl.
Thank you, Carl. Michelle?
Good morning. So I wanted to come and let you know about an innovative prosecution solutions for combating violent crime grant solicitation that is from the Office of Justice Programs, Bureau of Justice Assistance. It is the same office that supplies us with the opioid grant as it currently stands. So applying for this grant, which is a no match, meaning the county does not owe any money towards this grant at all. It's $340,000 over 2 years free to you in order for our office to put efforts towards combating violent crime. The people who have been working with us on the current grant encouraged us to go forward and apply for it. There are 18 slots. They believe that we have a very good chance of obtaining the grant. This will allow for the follow-on and continuation of some of the activities under the current opioid grant. Not all of them, but some of them. So we can continue with those, but it broadens our ability and capabilities to address other violent crime in the community, specifically domestic violence. That is an issue. We've had over 4 of our murders in this county were domestic violence related. We have increasing numbers of violent crime. So not just your regular run-of-the-mill domestic violence where individuals are maybe pushing and shoving and yelling in the home, but they're using weapons against one another. And I think most of you remember the most recent murder-suicide that we had that was domestic violence related. So it's very important that we continue to address these issues. So we're going to apply for the grant. The grant submission is due June 8th by the end of the day. And it'll cover both the attorney and an investigator position, just like we currently have. And it covers all of the expenses. Having done the first grant made this second process a lot easier. Made it easier to budget for it and to make sure that we budgeted for everything that we needed to have under the grant. So I just wanted to let you know that we were applying for that grant. And if you had any questions, I'd be happy to answer any of them now.
Where is the Department of Justice? Is that a federal
Yes.
grant?
This is
Where
federal
in the
grant.
world are they getting the money? They can't reimburse people for stimulus. They can't do things. Where is that money coming from?
I don't know. It's our tax dollars. And unless we go out and grab it and bring it back here, somebody else will spend our tax dollars. So we might as well go out and get it. They're giving it away.
I have a question. That 340, was that for you, or was that the total amount divided up against different people who get the grant?
No, it's for our office, it's for prosecutor offices, yep. And they're targeting rural communities and communities that have high poverty. Excuse me, my allergies are awful. And it targets areas that have high poverty level. So we fit the bill across the board for the target agency to receive the funds.
So if you get the grant, then you have to hire a couple people, correct, to cover this?
It would be under the grant, yes.
Right, well, okay, so how long do you figure that would last? Is
It's
that
a
like a
2-year
2-year?
grant.
Okay, so 2-year grant, so,
Mhm. And then when the grant's over, unless I can find another grant to keep the positions, then the positions go away.
you say it covers 100% of everything?
100%.
Okay,
It's free money. We just have to ask for it and jump through some hoops. I don't think you
Absolutely
can
no
sneeze it.
cost to the county.
No.
No.
None.
you did bring up an interesting point, just before the COVID started, from things that you had mentioned and things that the sheriff had mentioned about the crime levels. I had been in contact with some people in Lansing to say, hey, based on the information we're getting, we got some serious problems in Clare County and it seems like it's escalating out of control. Is there I wasn't looking for necessarily financial help. I was just looking for some sort of assistance to try to get a handle on why are we experiencing this? Just something and unfortunately the COVID thing hit and I didn't pursue it any farther. Of course, I know none of those people have time to deal with that now, but I will say at that time, there was some interest from some folks I talked to in Lansing to try to look at it and see what they could do or help us with statistics or just try to wrap our mind around why we're experiencing what we are and if it's exponentially worse than other communities and why that is and how can we get a handle on it. So unfortunately the COVID thing hit, but it was nice to hear from someone interested in kind of working with us or help us out to try to understand that. Maybe when the COVID thing slows down, if we still have a problem, hopefully they're still willing to help us with any information.
Well, I can almost guarantee you the problems are gonna get worse. With all the people that are losing their jobs and losing their homes and losing their businesses that they've worked hard at, the economic crisis coming is gonna be staggering. And that will make people flustered and the crime problem is gonna get worse, not better.
I want to make a motion in support for Michelle to pursue this BJA federal grant.
I'll second it.
Moved by Dale, seconded by David to support, to have in support of the grant application. Any more discussion?
Good luck and Godspeed.
Roll call.
Majeski,
Yes.
Oakling,
Yes.
Haskell.
Yeah.
Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Fitchburg,
Yes.
Strauss,
Yes.
Steinhardt.
Yes.
Perfect. Thanks. That was my office staff that met at Hayes Township. We needed a spot where we could socially distance and have an office meeting. So that's where we met. And the lovely people out there were gracious enough to cover the cost of the meeting room, so. we
Michelle?
appreciate our- Yes?
It's Lori.
Hi.
So, hi, so you want me to get with you next week on that?
Yeah, because I have the budget and everything prepared. I just need to get it submitted.
Okay,
Awesome, thank you, I appreciate it.
Monday,
Any more questions? Monday, I'll look at my schedule.
okay,
We've been running- Oh, we aren't here Monday, it's Memorial Day. We
Tuesday,
have a long weekend. Tuesday, yes, after court, so probably in the afternoon.
perfect.
Okay, I'll get with you. Thank you.
Okay, Dusty?
Hello, everybody. Dusty Merritt here. I am here on behalf of units 1 and 2 on our UAW units. And I'm just asking you to allow us to extend our personal and vacation times at this time of COVID, because we have people that their anniversary dates are coming up and they have not been able to utilize their time And the way the contract reads right now, and it is that they can carry over 5 days as long as their department head approves that, but they can't carry over any additional days other than those 5 days. So we're just asking you to allow us to, under these COVID conditions, extend that so that we can have them not lose that time that they would like to use at a vacation time down the road. We're just asking that, it either be extended to December 31st, 2020, or to their next anniversary date, whichever is the furthest of time space that they can use to utilize that the best of their ability.
Would be a one-time thing then through this crisis here.
Through the crisis, COVID, and unfortunately, if we ever have to do this again, not saying that there won't be another pandemic in our world, we would have to address it at that time, but under these circumstances, I would like to have you do that. And I see that the Sheriff's Department is asking for the very same thing, that they allow their people to extend their use of vacation and personal time so that they don't lose that.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, moved by Leonard, seconded by David to allow, wait.
Isn't that the next motion, huh?
That's the next motion. Leonard, read that then. Letter of understanding.
To approve a letter of understanding between Clark County and UAW Units 1 and 2 allowing for carryover of vacation or personal time exceeding the 5-day carryover allowed in the current contract. It falls during the COVID-19 pandemic with the stipulation that all time must be used by the next anniversary date on December 31st, 2020.
Second, David. Moved by Leonard, seconded by David to approve the letter of understanding. Any more discussion? Lori?
Strauss,
Yes.
Oakley,
Yes.
Haskell,
Yes.
Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Pittsburgh,
Yes.
Majeski.
Yes.
Steinhardt.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Have you heard from Tom Frenchville?
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Tom. There you are.
Going good.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being on me. Are we okay? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
First of all, this happened quite a bit time ago, but I wanted to thank you for your approval of our millage, and we are grateful to the community of Clark County that supported us. So thank you very much for that. I want to give you an update on what we're doing public transportation wise. We have never skipped a beat on providing public transportation through this. We're complying with governor's orders and or MDOT's orders. We have retained 6 routes that provide emergency service for those people needing groceries who can't get out and medical supplies that can't get out. As some of you might know, we've teamed up with several grocery stores and drugstores, and the people can call those establishments, pay for the items. They call us and give us an address, and we pick it up, we deliver it for nothing. So far, we've done about 800 deliveries that way. We're still providing regular service, but with the same qualifications, has to be essential. In other words, grocery store, drugstore, things like that. Drivers are fielded by the passengers coming on board. We have a shower curtain between the two. The drivers have been given face masks, gloves, face shields. When the riders call in to get a ride, they are advised, highly recommended to have a face mask with them, or have some kind of face protection. But we are carrying extra face masks on the bus in case they do not have one. And we can deny rides if they do not have any face shields. Every night when the bus comes back, we fog it with disinfectant. That goes in the garage till the next day. or 2 days. And then another bus goes out that's been disinfected. And then we run around with the buses every night. During the day, the drivers will monitor people coming off on the bus, and they will sanitize any parts of the bus that gets touched, handrails, seats, things like that. So we're taking this very seriously, like everybody else is, trying to protect the public. As soon as the governor opens up our region, we expect maybe to get back to a little bit of normalcy. We did lay off 7 or 8 drivers because we have a couple of clients that for their So that's a quick update. If you have any questions at all, I'm happy to answer them for you. Thank you for your time.
Any questions for Tom? Thank you, Tom. Judge Farrell, are you out there?
He said he would be coming down,
Oh, okay,
if he had a break in his, schedule.
so we go on and,
Get him when we come back.
okay. Dale, would you take, Justice, number 1?
Letter of understanding, agreement with COVID-19 emergency to approve the letter of understanding between Clear County and POAM bargaining unit members allowing the extension and unused leave time until their anniversary date or December 31st, 2020.
Could I have a second, please?
I'll second it.
Moved by Dale, seconded by David to approve the letter of understanding on the COVID-19. Any more discussion?
Just like the one we just did, correct?
Yep.
With the exception that it addresses the, comp time.
Yeah.
That they're receiving.
Any more discussion? Roll call, please, Lori.
Wojciechowski,
Yes.
Hoffling,
Yes.
Strauss,
No.
Haskell,
Yes.
Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Fitchburg,
Yes.
Kleinhardt.
Yes. Samantha, would you take 2, please?
That's a discussion.
Well, that's just,
What's that?
that's a discussion.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, let's
Go ahead.
discuss it. You're first, you can discuss. Okay, let's discuss this plan.
Okay, so, I realized we got an email from Michelle yesterday pointing out grammatical errors and things like that, and, we understood that there was some issues with it because, we had received it from another county. It was a PDF format, it was converted to Word, and Jerry and I were working on it, like crazy, trying to get it ready to even put into the packet to discuss it. So we knew that there were gonna be some issues and some changes that we needed to make within the document, on top of the other things that were going on. So we were trying to get something prepared so that, we could start looking at what it's going to look like when we do open. I know that, and the other thing is that we've been told that we have to adopt a plan of some sort. For the county has to have a plan in place.
Says who?
Homeland Security.
Yeah.
You know, I can't tell you how many hundreds of emails that I've gotten from the Center for Disease Control, from the governor's office, from MAC, from all of them. Every day I get 4 or 5 alerts on telling us, and now we've got the one from the Supreme Court. I wonder who in the hell's in charge of all this?
Well, it's hard to keep track of everything.
I mean, I can't keep track. I'm struggling to try to keep a business going that I've run for 20 years, like everybody else that's out there. And these things just come. is it just me or do the rules change every alert? And they're coming from different places and we gotta do this and we gotta do that. I wonder who is in charge of this whole thing.
Yeah, we don't-
You gotta have a plan. Okay, you gotta have a plan. By the time you get the plan ready, the rules have changed. Oh, this order rescinds such and such order.
Yep.
I could spend full time reading my phone on all this. You could too.
Yep.
All you could. So, I mean, we gotta adopt a plan. You go out into the general public and, you know, those people are fed up with all this.
Well, and Jerry was going to be here to talk about this at length, but Jerry is currently in Midland helping out with the crisis over there, so, but him and I have been working through this, and I've been going through the changes that Michelle made yesterday and updating those as well, so,
When are we planning on reopening?
oh, that's at the discretion of the board. Are you looking at continuing with executive orders? Executive order right now is up through the 28th of May. Are you, once you do, I mean, courts are probably gonna open first with the Supreme Court order and what the judge is going to be talking about today. Does that relate to everyone? Is that just going to be the courts and then the remaining department heads have the discretion of determining if some of their employees can still work from home or remain on a partial furlough or those types of things, so.
Okay, who's gonna answer your question for you?
No, probably nobody, but,
Nobody. See, I
Right.
mean, this is what I mean. Who is the one that we need to listen to? The governor says, don't open till, you know, the directive. I've had 2 business people call me a week ago and say, we're open. We can't do it anymore. We're either gonna close our doors for good or we're gonna open. And I said, don't open. If you've ever dealt with Laura, the licensing bureau, don't open. Well, how long is this gonna go? How many of you guys have gotten all them emails from the people at the parks and the businesses?
Yeah.
All of yous have. They're desperate.
My suggestion is, being a government entity that we are, we abide by the executive orders.
Yeah, we could jeopardize funding, they could do all
Yeah.
kinds of
Yeah,
things to us that,
We
whether
have
we
to
agree with
abide
it or
by the
not, we could be,
government,
we could be hung out to dry.
I'm certainly not advocating that we
Oh, right,
open
right.
it up. I'm
Right.
just saying, who is calling the shots? When I have gotten at least 3 or 4 different agencies every day giving me updates on this resend, and some of them contradict each other.
Well, I think, you know, we take the executive orders, we make sure that we match those as far as what we are doing. When things are opened up, then I think it's gotta be a collaborated effort between this board here and the department managers and the courts and all that. I mean,
well,
on opening up the courthouse.
the other thing is that, who knows best, how an office runs than the department head or the elected official. And I think that when you do open, that you leave it to the discretion of that department head or elected official to determine how many people they can work with at a certain level. If they choose to keep people on furlough for a while, or if they're able to swap out people, you've got 2 people in an office, have one be there on one day and one the next, just being able to work through those issues, but allowing those people that oversee those departments to handle that.
Right, there's, I mean, obviously, we're gonna have to have some type of opening plan,
Mhm.
which is going to have to take in consideration what some of the executive orders recommend or state. But, yeah, I mean, there's certain things we also have to understand too, this is gonna be a living document. I mean, everything's changing on a daily basis. Requirements, what you need to do, what the state wants you to do, what the federal government wants you to do. So, I mean, this is all new territory for everyone. And we're just gonna have to have a little bit of leniency and some patience on reopening and putting this stuff back in place. But I think with the department heads and the elected officials and the board, I say that as long as we're following the executive orders that are being handed out, I think it's our decision what we do.
Who's the executive order?
State.
The governors?
Yes.
Then why does the CDD or the CDC contradict with her orders?
They can, but the governor has ultimate power over the state, as we've learned.
Well, because she holds the licensing bureau. They can pull the license of those businesses that don't respond and do her directing. And that's what.
But we're not a business, we're a municipality.
Well, I know, but if you get out around and, you know, you put your mask on and you go out around Michigan and they don't know you, you know what people are saying about the government? I have not seen anger like this since the Vietnam War. I mean, something's gotta
You know,
give.
at a time we should be coming together and working together,
Well,
it seems like we're splitting further apart.
We're not together, we're splitting farther apart.
An interesting tidbit on that is obviously with the government shut down, state level, this affected my family. You have people that do have jobs that need to get to work and they need to get a car. If you buy a car from an individual, you can't get a title transfer right now. Absolutely no way to do it. You can go online and look it up. But if you go to a dealership and buy a new car, a dealership can go through the automated system and they can get a license plate and you can buy a new car. There are a lot of people that are faced with, you know, insurance companies or whatever. They can't get a title transfer, they can't get insurance, so they can't get to work. I look at the Secretary of State being able to do title transfers and licenses as an essential business. I mean, people need that to get to work, and the longer they keep that totally shut down where you can't even do it online for an individual. I mean, you got people driving around without insurance and plates and stuff and saying, you know, I could get in trouble, and it'll say right on their website that, you know, even though we told the cops to, you know, show some leniency, it's still illegal. Well, these people are held hostage. They don't know what to do. They can go to work and they're told you show up for work or you're fired, or, you know, I need a car and I can't afford a new one, and I have this one I bought from, you know, a family member, whatever. I can't transfer the title and I can't get, I mean, this kind of stuff, they gotta get a fix to that. To me, that's important stuff that is directly affecting people in somehow, some way, whether you do it online or, they gotta get a fix for that. It's not fair to the individual if he can't sell a car and do a title transfer, but a dealership can. And people shouldn't be forced to go buy a brand new car right now to get to work because it's the only way you get a title transfer. It just.
Did the Traverse City Courthouse open up with the bans being lifted up there?
What's that?
When she opened up the UP and then the northern half of the state, are those courthouses required to be open?
Well, I would think so.
You know, how important this plan is, especially with Jerry being busy. If they have to open, then maybe we should,
Well, I think we need to approve the plan and you keep working on it. That's all I can say.
I'm going through the changes that Michelle sent yesterday, and I appreciate her doing that. Going through and making those changes, and like I said, it was a conversion issue between PDF and between Jerry and I trying to get everything finished on it. So yes, I'm working on those changes. And, but the one thing I want to point out that there's thermometers in there, and I suggest that we take those out. There are thermometers in the plan. It talks about thermometers and about people trying to scan them for a fever, and
Well, you have to look at what's practical for us.
right. So, and Jerry said, you know, him and I can look at putting tape on the floors for 6 feet apart, you know, that type of thing. We can have masks ready, have sanitizer. He has plenty of that stuff that we can, you know, make that stuff available for the people that are coming in.
But then we get back to that same issue of how do we control how many people in the building? Because even if they try to stay 6 feet apart, you could have 100 people walk in. And we know on some court days, at least when I worked here, that hallway going down through the courts was lined with people. They were on top of each other down through there. How do you limit the number of, it's just one of the things, I'm not saying we have to make a decision right now, but we can say, given department says, yeah, I can handle X number per hour. Okay, well, who controls the gate to let them in and make sure there isn't too many and there isn't overcrowding? It gets really complicated over and above just the individual departments, what they can handle.
Well, and I'd also like to hear what the courts have to say about how they're planning on handling their court cases and, you know, like, are they gonna have them at set times? I mean, I know that they normally have a set time, but a lot of times they're running.
Well, and if those cases are open to the public and the public, you know, people go in there and sit through court cases and different, you know, how are we gonna police that? It's obviously discussions we need to have at another time, but it gets very complicated when you factor all that in.
Well, if we open up the 28th, that we don't have a lot of time, we won't have another meeting before we're open. I almost recommend, because through the lumberyard, Jerry sat down with me and made it very easy to implement all the safety practices that are required and everything else, and he did a great job. I'd almost recommend letting him and Tracy oversee that and adapt it as they need to see fit according with the state guidelines. And I think that he will do a good job in making sure that we do it the right way.
How do you control how many people are in the building?
That's what do we need to have somebody watch it? Do we, like, there's gonna be certain days that are more and less, and that's what he's trained to do, and he's got examples of it and everything else.
And I'm just playing devil's advocate, because you go out and you go to some of these stores and you walk up there and it says this store limited to 10 people and the parking lot's full and you walk in there's 100 people in there, and it's kind of like.
I would say the only way you'd stop it is if you had it brought to your attention if someone was coming. If there's the amount of people in here, at max capacity, you lock the door, flip the sign over, it says we're at max capacity.
Yesterday, when I went to skin doctor here, when was that? When I was all, scarred up. We went down to this Kroger store down there. Yesterday, I had to go back to skin doctor. Went in there, there must have been 500 people in that store. I've never seen no safeguards at all. And they've got the same director, I mean, the people working, some of them had masks. Most of the people working had masks, but hardly any of the people going in and
I
out.
find our customers, I bet we only have 10% of the customers wear masks.
Well,
but the big key is, I'll also say about people going through all of this, people have been very patient, very understanding, and tried their best to comply with social distancing, even if they don't wear a mask. They all understand what's going on, and I've seen different than you. They don't all hate, all the restrictions there are.
we live up here in a little different culture. People, old geezers like me, that are scared to death of it. So you don't have to tell me to be safe. I seen all those people, herds of people, and I'm getting as far away from them as there is. When I got out of there, I couldn't get to the hand sanitizer fast enough. I thought, look how many people touch them shopping carts and that. But there's a whole lot of people, Jeff, that aren't understanding like what we are.
Well, but I'm saying that I see it, and we've been busy, and I think the general public is very understanding of what's going on. I think the majority of them are saying this is the real deal.
I think that's good as long as they can conduct business. I think the hard part is for some people to say, I just want to be able to somehow conduct business. And I understand there'll be some restrictions and I have to keep social distancing, but there's so much of the economy that's still just locked right down. I can tell you, from like the farmers and stuff, that's the frustrating part. Things that they need to do, and like I say, when you start talking to DMV and all this, it's so spotty where there's restrictions, and then you go into some local mom and pop store and there isn't even anything on the door and nobody in there is wearing a mask, but yeah, you go up here and, you know, maybe a store in Clare or something, all the workers in there have masks on, but they're all down here on their chin and you got way more. It's just a hodgepodge of everything. And I think for some people, it's just hard to wrap their head around the differences from one store to the next and why this is open and why that's closed. I think if everything was open and people abided by the social distancing, I think the frustration would be a lot less because people could still conduct business.
But, and I agree with something Jack says about how it changes too, so that's why I feel, you know, that's basically Gary's job, he's handling that, he's on top of everything. It's, you know, I feel that it would be in our best interest to let the guy that's the professional taking care of that make the plan.
Yeah, well, we gotta have a plan, whether we like it or not, so.
And
Okay,
Grand Traverse is not open, they're not opening until May 28th, unless the plan changes.
the courthouse is not opening?
Nope, not till the 28th, it says. Closed to unscheduled public access until May 28th.
Somebody mentioned that the Secretary of State up there was gonna open, but I talked to a distant relative that works for him, he claims none of them are open yet.
Government buildings aren't, but everything else, but that's Friday. Nothing can open until Friday. Okay, all right. Anything else we need to do on that?
Nope, just to allow us to make those changes and
Okay, the cleaning contract discussion.
so are you gonna adopt the plan or are we not gonna do that right now?
Oh,
We-
well, I'll back up.
I think we need to look at the options that we have. And keep in mind, saving as much as we can, but still getting the job, done to satisfaction.
What you're talking, the cleaning contract,
Yes.
I jumped
No, I'm
ahead.
talking about the plan.
Yeah, I jumped
Oh,
ahead too early.
Oh.
We need to talk about, we need a motion to approve going ahead with changes, is what you're suggesting, with you and Jerry working
Approving
on
the
it.
plan with the changes for the grammatical errors and
Yeah, I'll make
yes,
that motion.
taking out the thermometers, yes.
I'll make a motion to accept the plan, with the changes.
I'll second it.
Okay, moved by Dale, seconded by David to accept the plan with the changes. You guys will work on that.
Yes.
Any more discussion?
Just, so Jerry will be on there as co-author of this thing?
Okay. Lori?
Majewski?
Yep.
Hopewing?
Yes.
Pittsburgh? Yes. Strauss?
Yes.
Fitzpatrick?
Yes.
Pascal?
Yes.
Steinhardt?
Yes. Okay. Tracy, what do we got on the cleaning contract?
I passed out an email that provides information, she had it spelled out. It's below that one. Yes, that one right there. Yes. Everybody got it? That is the, I had called Dorothy and asked her to pretty much spell out, provide us some information on what it would look like if we changed up the contract and they were just doing hallways, restrooms, that sort of thing. So that is a list she provided. And her comment to me was, do you realize how much Carrie does during the day? And I said, yes, I do. I'm very well aware of what Carrie does for us. She does a lot of the maintenance work that David's, the lighter maintenance stuff. Does all the mail, orders the supplies, paper supplies, toilet paper, anything that's needed for the restrooms. And when she is not doing those things, she is going around and cleaning windows and that sort of thing. So,
Tracy,
yes,
the first one here. To be present 5 days per week, 4 hours per day. What would she be doing when she's here? Are some of these tasks, would she be doing, if she was here for that time, would she be cleaning the halls, cleaning the restrooms, and removing the trash?
No.
What would she be doing?
That's what I was just talking about. She takes on the light maintenance work. She changes light bulbs. She does the mail. I mean,
Well, the mail, you could do.
yeah, we can do that. Yeah. My office can take that on.
I mean, I
And
think
we
if
can
we could,
take on ordering supplies.
if we could set, let's say we went with hers for 16.4, and if we could dictate what she does for those 5 days, 4 hours a day, I mean, I think we could accomplish at least within that period of time, cleaning the restrooms and the hallways, and maybe even taking the trash to the dumpster if the department heads and the office area moves their garbage to outside the door at night for them to take it. I mean, I would think that you'd be able to, for 5 days a week, 4 hours a day, we'd get some of that stuff done. And then
The
Bill-
hallway thing would be a little tricky, because if she has to mop and use liquids, we gotta be concerned about slip and fall. and
Well, it-
excessive-
Cleaning restrooms
Yeah.
during the day too.
Yeah, I
She
mean,
just,
you could, this doesn't have to be during prime hours. I mean, a day or so, or every other day can be an after hours type thing.
What's the original contract we've got right now?
80,000?
83?
Roughly 80.
Yeah.
12 years or?
83, it was like 83 or 84, I think.
So with this proposal here, they're taking about a $20,000 reduction. Right.
And we also talked about, she also talked about Carrie's hours could be just 3 hours a day rather than 4. So, I don't know how you wanna handle that, but.
Well, what about Carrie doing some of the things and the inmates doing some of the things?
That's gonna be an issue because when I had John in my office yesterday, we were talking about the jail law. And one of the comments that he had made was that they don't have trustees.
Oh, okay. Well, that shoots that down then.
so part of this number, this does include the supplies in these numbers?
That's
No,
what she's
the
doing.
supplies for cleaning stuff.
That's what I mean.
Oh,
Yes. Yeah, they have their own cleaning equipment, they have their own cleaning supplies.
Yeah, because it says replenish paper products and soaps
Right.
under the 12 restroom.
Right, we pay for the paper products, but they
Okay.
replenish them in the room, in the,
So we need to, just to be clear, obviously don't see the numbers here. If we were to do it ourselves or whatever, we still have to factor in the cleaning supplies and possibly the cleaning equipment that they would be supplying under
and,
this.
and equipment, yes, we would have to
Okay.
pay for that.
So to get a real clear picture, we'd have to try to figure that out, what it would cost us for the equipment and the
We have no
supplies to do the.
vacuums, we have nothing, we have nothing on hand.
But we have to let each department look at something like that, what they need, because they have to figure it in.
Well, the other issue is that, courtrooms won't be getting cleaned either.
Well, the courts are gonna have to figure out how to clean their office.
Well, offices, yes, it's the courtrooms themselves and the jury rooms.
Right. They could still,
And consider those courtrooms still part of the court's office.
Well, as long as those offices are factoring that in, they realize that they'd be taking that on. I mean, just to be fair, if they assume that's part of the public area that somebody else would take care of.
when I started here, we had a couple people that worked for us that did this work. And there's a reason why we got a cleaning service. You know, you're gonna, I mean, we can save money, but you're gonna sacrifice cleanliness too. I mean, how clean do we need to do it? How clean does this place have to be?
Well, we went with the last three options. It would pretty much catch everything other than the main office areas that we want to accomplish with the savings. But, I mean, the cleanliness of each office is gonna dictate how clean that office manager wants it to be. And if they want it to be clean, they're gonna clean it. You know, you understand what I mean? I mean, that's, the office areas are those department heads and those elected officials' livelihood. That's a reflection on their job and how clean they are, I feel. We gotta save money where we can, you know, like we said. It's not gonna be, we hope it's not gonna be permanent, but we have to look at it as that. I mean, we got the potential here of saving $40,000 to do this, or maybe a little more. If you're looking at the numbers, and you're looking at the numbers Jenny just handed us, folks, we're gonna have to have another 10% cut. There's no way around it.
Well, I just made it clear that as long as we have all the clear numbers, that we're gonna have to spend money to save money in this situation, because we'll have to buy equipment and supplies, and just as long as we're factoring that in.
But it'll be a very minimal cost compared to the larger of the two.
Okay, where do you wanna go?
What's everybody think about the last three? Cleaning public access hallways, floors for $26,000, plus you add on the 12 restrooms, replenish paper, products, soap for $15,600, and the removal of the trash from the hallways to the dumpster.
What kind of money would that leave for, Ms. Bauer there? What would she be making?
Are you looking at the total cost here of this? Or?
You're saying
I mean,
eliminate the 16
She's
months.
being paid through, these are the services we're contracting.
Right.
So I don't have any idea what she'd make out of this.
You can't expect her to be, she's not gonna work for free.
Well, she gets
no.
paid, she's probably gonna go work for AWOL in the afternoons, especially in the summer. I think she does a fantastic job. Like I say, I remember before we had cleaning service, you couldn't see through them front doors for fingerprints and that. And she cleans them doors constantly. I think she does. And I think AWOL does a fantastic job, but at a cost.
Yeah. If we went with those three, it'd be $45,760. Right, so we'd be roughly saving around $40,000.
About 40. We can always add something, I guess, but once, we already approved the contract with them, and now we're reneging on it, so if we approve any contract, it ought to be pretty well chiseled in stone, shouldn't it? We can't be cutting back on them now, but we could add eventually if we needed to. Make that motion.
I got one question. I wanna know who's gonna do the work she does for the day she's here. We're cutting back staff to a bare minimum. We're gonna come through here and there won't be a light bulb on, cause none will be changed. Who's gonna be designated to take care of that with this plan?
Okay, now, a few years ago, we gave him a raise to do minor maintenance on the courthouse. that's still transferred to the new building inspector.
No, he does maintenance. Carrie does the minor maintenance.
Right, but I mean, if there's a bulb that needs to be replaced.
Right, but I just wanna point out to you that, this is starting a busy time for Dave, and I mean, it's hard for us to get him now for maintenance stuff. Am I correct?
Well, I mean, this.
And not saying it's because he's lazy. I'm just saying
No.
he's just got a lot going
Nobody's
on.
saying that.
He has a lot going on.
And also, we also have Freeman Township, Lincoln Township, and the city of Clare that we had since the maintenance part took place. And the amount of maintenance that is paid for Dave's wages out of the general fund is $6,000 a year. That's it. So I'm just bringing that to your attention too.
Yeah, I mean, after personally living it, yeah, I mean, there's times where some people remembered I was here at midnight up on the roof working on HVAC equipment to keep the heat on in the winter, or I was here at 10 o'clock at night over busting concrete over at the senior daycare. You know, there's a combination of all that. Nobody expects anybody to work a lot of hours, but it does.
And that was on top of Carrie.
Exactly, exactly. There's a lot going on there, and I think a lot of our HVAC stuff has slowed down, you know, some of that, but there was still a fair amount of little odds and ends. There's just there's always that little nickel dime stuff that, you know, you got a faucet leaking a little bit. If they can't get to it and that stuff has to be done, then we're gonna be hiring outside contractors, which obviously is more expensive. So it's always that balance of all that stuff. Like I say, I lived it. It's you put in your time. Anybody that didn't see me, most generally, if you were around here early or late, I was one of the first ones here and one of the last ones out most of the time. So I'm not tooting my own horn. It's just the way it was. I mean, it's the only way things were going to get done that I was expected of me to get done. I don't expect anybody to do any more or less than what I did. But
Tracy, I have a question about this. This clean public access hallways. Is the 26,000 just to rent the equipment, or are we paying people to do the actual cleaning?
Do the actual cleaning because they have their own equipment.
Okay, so if we just rented the equipment from them and then say scheduled Carrie to work the 4 hours, like at the end of the day, could we just double it up right there?
I don't believe that we'd be able to get Carrie to work the afternoon shift, just simply because she does lawns for AWOL, and that's when she does those, is in the afternoon.
Any modifications, obviously AWOL is going to have to agree to it. I mean, we're basically talking about bargaining again, going back and say change it again, because we can't really. I don't think by rights we should be able to approve this with deductions. We can say we approve going back to them and asking them, because that might change the math if they're factoring. I know in my business, different businesses, you know, you juggle the numbers based on if I have everything or part of it, so it could make a difference in some of these other numbers. Could. I'm not saying it will, but it could.
Well, let's open it up to other people bidding again, or on this work.
That was the issue that we had with the last one. They were $20-some thousand more. So I don't, it's at your discretion what you wanna do with that, but.
I'm not wild about getting into that process again. That was another 35 or 40 emails.
Yeah.
Well, it's more time. I've either got to make up our mind one way or another. Do we
Well, I was wondering, does other people have an objection? Do they say, well, they're gonna change the parameters of what you have?
Well,
If
they can. I mean, they can change. I mean, and question that, but how are you guys?
I just wonder if it's open to them.
Well, it does technically, but
probably have to,
Yeah.
I would say.
That's what I think again.
You ready to go through that again, Tracy?
No, not after what I went through, no, thank you.
Do we, or should our due diligence include, a part-time person? I mean, I'm not,
Well,
I don't like the idea of
you
hiring
know,
somebody, but you gotta look at that,
I mean,
those numbers.
maybe we need to throw that out there, Mark.
I just so we have numbers to look
Listen,
at.
is there anybody that works for this place that could use another, another job that would help them support their department? Let me throw that out there.
Yeah, but then you're implying that somebody has extra time with some of their people. to
No,
take on, or-
people that are gonna be laid off, maybe.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You know, all of a sudden, some of the departments could say, well, I could do some of this cleaning. You know, we're talking a part-time basis. And we're talking about throwing that out there. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Is there somebody that, some department, that might have somebody that could do a little bit of cleaning and keep their status on? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
And I was just implying that I think we need to have that number in front of us, whether it makes sense or not, because at some point you gotta say, okay, we're looking at, contracting all this. We have to have something as a benchmark to compare it to. What would it cost us to have a person X number of hours a week and we supply the equipment and everything? That way we can do an actual comparison and say, yes, this is a good deal, or no, it's not. To look at all the numbers factually and honestly, we gotta have something as a benchmark.
Did we sign this new contract with AWOL? And it's in place? What, can they hold us to that?
No, we have there's a clause in the contract that says that we can get out of it.
What's the parameters of getting out of it?
30 day or 60 day.
Well, folks, what do you think?
I
We gotta get
think
moving on.
if we do it something like internally, so what happens if that person gets busy or something comes up and they can't do this and they can't do that, and then now you've got cleaning of the bathrooms not being done because that person that was supposed to be doing it was busy, and
Oh,
it just muddies the waters.
agree. Although, you know, we're saving, if we can save money, I think the way we're doing it is the best deal, but we can't afford it. That's the trouble. We have to cut costs. So what's the best way to cut costs and to be able to, the place is not gonna look like it does now, no matter which way we go. Unfortunately, because a part-time person is not gonna have the time, and Carrie's been doing it a long time. She's kind of got a system down. And I have not had, maybe some of you have, but not one complaint with the way the grounds, or, you know, it looks in here.
30 days.
So if you've got another way, let's throw it out there and talk about it. If not, if you want to, you're looking at somewhere around 45,000 if we took them bottom three.
Yep.
Right? What can we live with, board? How much do you want to pay for cleaning service? We can say 10,000, 15, 20, and then we hire or figure out how to do it, but the service is gonna change.
You know, another thing that was just brought up is that, I think it'll make a big difference, but if all the senior services in the building department's not in here, that's a space that's gonna be mothballed essentially. There'd be nobody in there. Not that it makes a big difference, but that's a space that won't be utilized, that won't need cleaning.
Right, but they wouldn't be cleaning it anyways, if we went with the new,
Well, right, but
the new cleaning service.
the activity down there is gonna be a tenth of what it was as far as people going through the hallway.
Yeah.
I realize it doesn't add up to much, but it is a difference because you've got a fair number of people that work there
But I
that,
don't care.
I feel that just by not having a person to watch this every day is gonna really cut down on the cleanliness around here, I really do. I feel that 16,000 is not that bad a price on the top.
Well, my other issue is that.
You know, just because I see her, she's in and out of the lumberyard getting bulbs, and she's very active all day long. And
Yeah, nobody's questioning.
per year, I think that's kind of a bargain for what she does. Is what we couldn't hire a part-time person for $16,640.
Per year.
So you're saying that on top of the other stuff?
We'll cut it down to 3 hours a day and see what that cost would be if you cut it down an hour a day.
But see, that's my question here is, I mean, the overall goal is to clean the halls, clean the bathrooms and all that. In the 16,000, none of that's being done. She's doing other things. So I guess what we need to do is we need to prioritize what we want this person to do.
Oh, I agree. But you know, Jack's already said she cleans the windows 3-4 times a day, cleans, you know, where the glass doors. I see her maintaining a bunch of stuff outside, and so it's not just, she's not doing any of that stuff at that time. So I don't know, we try it. I just don't see how it's gonna work. I don't find it's a bad value either, but I'm for anything. I know we gotta save
So you're
money.
saying add the 16, almost 17,000 onto the 45?
You're still saving what, 20 grand?
Yeah, that's still 20 grand.
Shrink it down another hour. It's not gonna be a lot, but it'll be something off of that part.
But so if she's doing this, who's doing the cleaning of the public restrooms, the floors, and taking the garbage out?
I think they have a crew that comes in every night to do that.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
This was the.
These three items are the crew that does it?
That's my.
She
was my
does
understanding.
something separate.
Right.
As I see it here, basically, what they're saying is you would get.
She's live,
take care of it.
Dan, whoever that is.
Just apparently somebody.
You would get Carrie for 5 days a week for 16,000. If you eliminate that, as I understand it, you're kind of eliminating Carrie, period. You're gonna have the other crews that come in.
Well, I think you are, but then just the cleaning service is
Yeah.
going to come in.
Yeah, they're
Do
gonna
the
come
halls
in
and all that.
and do
I
the
mean,
halls.
nobody here during the day to do anything,
Yeah.
take care of messes or anything like that.
That is kind of what Carrie does. She runs around kind of troubleshooting, looks at lights and does that kind of stuff for 16,000. If you eliminate that, if I understand it right, you're going to be eliminating Carrie for the 16,000. The other services would still
Yeah,
be
see, I
done.
didn't know that. I thought she did some of this other stuff.
I don't think so.
No.
No. No, that's what I mean. They have a different crew that comes in the afternoon that does all the other stuff, the bathrooms, the hallways and all that stuff. And she goes and does the lawns and stuff like that for the other part of the business.
You know, I've seen her out there picking up cigarette butts and that, you know, all along the sidewalk.
We breached this a little bit, but we still haven't clarified, does this include the courtrooms and jury rooms?
Well, that'd be done by the cleaning crew, would it not? at night?
Well, I'm just, because it just says clean public access hallways and then clean public restrooms. I just want to be fair to everybody and make sure that we've covered
You know,
everything.
what I don't know is she's cut 20,000, even if we got all these, she's cut 20,000 or more off our original bid. You're bringing up a point, does that mean she's cut back on services? That would be, you know, to fill these, and are there things she's been doing all these years that might not be part of this 26,000?
No, it's not. I mean, what she's got written down here, or what she's got typed down here, is the cleaning the public restrooms and replenishing the products for the 15,600. That's what they do for that amount. Cleaning the public access hallways and the floor, doing the floors and all the hallways, that's that $26,000.
That 26,000 does not include the courtroom?
No, no,
Maybe we approach this at a different way. Maybe we go to AWOL and say, listen, we got 45 grand. What can you do for us for the 45 grand?
She's probably gonna say, I told you.
Well, I understand what Karen does. I know what she does. It's what we can afford.
Tough call, you know, we've got a special employee, you know, a person who works here who's very good.
I just think there's some of this that's still open-ended that we just need to clarify, so that if the office in district court, if they're doing their office, maybe that means they're doing the courtroom, the district courtroom. But if they are not thinking that way, then saying, well, that's a little more than we want to take on, then we need to make sure that
Well, if
it's
they're not thinking
figured
that
in.
way, then they're gonna have to figure out how to clean it.
Well, I know, I just want to have it on the table. I'm trying to make sure that we don't miss anything here, that something got left undiscussed or.
Well, when we hear from the judge on what this COVID plan, we may find out that they are gonna request more cleaning.
Well, it could be, because a lot of plans I've been seeing do include all kinds of.
Yeah, so I don't know if we can answer that now until we hear.
Well,
from-
can you imagine what the cleaning costs are out to the transit if they're having to fog them buses and then park them for 2 days in between usage, and there's a lot of cleaning costs there.
Okay, can we kind of put this on hold for a minute until after we hear from the judges? And we'll come back to that. Okay, what's next here?
Can we take a break?
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break. So,
Me too.
where's the coffee?
I'm gonna go make some. You want some?
Yeah, please. Do you know, folks, that
I
we
haven't
are
had
all
any yet.
violating the governor's orders? Some people are not wearing masks, we're not setting 6 feet apart.
I'm sorry.
We're not even adhering to, we're worrying about putting a plan together when you're breaking the rules now.
Yep.
Aren't you ashamed of yourself, you guys?
No.
Aren't you ashamed, Samantha?
What?
We're breaking the rules that the governor has issued.
What, wearing a mask?
A mask and 6 feet apart.
Well, I can't wear a mask.
Well, you know, what I'm saying is, if I leave and go home, you guys are 6 feet apart.
Oh, so you're assuming you can excuse yourself legally.
You know,
Every other person gets to leave, is that what
I'm
you're
telling
saying?
you, yesterday, if people are violating the rules,
Smart
I
thing,
see
rock, paper, scissors.
thousands of people.
I just, yeah, unfortunately, every other person, you make, it depends on which way we start this. He gets to go home, he gets to go home, he goes,
I know.
no, let's go the other way
I
around.
have a message for you.
Yeah.
From my husband.
Okay.
If you talk to Jack today, tell him they have men's Skechers on sale at Macy's today only. Some of them are 50 to 60% off.
Where?
Macy's. You can
I'm
get them
sorry,
online.
sorry, folks, but I gotta go.
I just thought I'd let you know that.
I'm down to 3 pair. We also need to discuss this too. All right.
She's requesting 2 years instead of 1.
Oh, yeah.
We need to discuss that and give a decision.
I got my ass kicked, didn't I?
I got stared down and looked at, so I thought I was being blamed too.
I gotta make some coffee. I'm thirsty for my
To
coffee.
be totally honest with you, I don't give a shit. She can be mad all she wants. You know, respect goes both ways.
Did your guys' one turn up orange?
Yeah, that, Jenny said that there was something with the printer or the
Hey.
copier I think, yeah, something was wrong there. It was freaking yellow or whatever.
Thanks for letting me know.
Your brother's still running for the road commission, Dave?
Yep.
Boy, it's hard now to campaign, isn't it?
Yeah, we've had to change, switch things up to be more online.
Yeah.
So let me see, we're not getting per diem anymore. When does that start? Is that already started?
We haven't decided.
Okay.
No, that hasn't changed yet.
I don't think Mark's on the prosecutor's Christmas card list, I don't think.
Why?
Huh?
Why?
That's what I heard this morning. I don't think he's getting a card from you.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if any of us are.
Any more news on down there at Sanford?
Yeah, they've evacuated over 10,000 people. As of this morning, the Tipple River at Midland is discharging 50,600 cubic feet of water per second, 374,000 gallons. Previous record was 12,300 cubic feet per second, so it's 4 times. The record goes back to 1936.
Excuse me, David. You see, there's my dance. Did you see it?
Yes, I can.
There's my flare.
What's that?
There's my flare gas
Oh,
Friday
you
night.
and your fires.
Did you see a picture of it?
I did, my wife showed me.
She show you the fire dancer?
Yeah, she did.
What do you eat, Lori?
A protein bar.
Yeah, a little snack.
Mm-mm.
A little chocolate bar.
Good job.
So US 10's broken too.
Yeah, and you know, it makes you wonder if it took out a chunk like that, what else did it do?
To the bridge, you mean?
Mhm.
There, yeah.
I
So
mean, because
that-
there's 2 ridges there.
Bridge at Sanford Lake, it took part of that out.
You didn't see it?
I did. You got a picture of it?
Yeah, just give me one, let me find it here. Oh, Ken sent it to me in a message.
Holy cow.
Did you see the video where pontoon got stuck under it?
I didn't see that one either.
Did I
I
send
heard
that one
about
to-
it, but.
Did you see the picture of the
I
bridge?
sent it to, me and Leonard were conversing back and forth last night.
Yeah, right there it is.
Yeah, how did I send that to you?
I just got a text that you guys started talking about me after I left the
Oh,
room.
give me a sec.
I didn't say a word about you.
I didn't.
We were
think that
at the
you
dam
would.
last night in Sanford when
Oh,
that
what?
happened.
Huh?
All
Yeah.
of a sudden.
I wasn't at them.
Your pontoon?
I was
Well,
working
they
on
heard.
it for it, so.
Everybody on there heard what I did.
God.
Nice.
It'll take it.
Real
Give it a
professional.
minute.
Who'd they say did that?
Zay said as soon as you left the room, they were saying things about you.
We,
Nice.
we watched a pontoon go through the dam at Sanford. We were at Sanford Lake Park there, and so we were there. So, and of course I'm there, and I'm like, I don't know what this is going on because I've never been there before. So the dam is here, and I guess there's this great big like berm here, kind of like what was in Edenville. Well, that's what went when we were there. It broke through all of this, and so when we got there, there was a pontoon on the back of the dam. And it was just kind of flipping and floating and flopping. And I don't know, it was maybe 10, 15 minutes later, one of the pontoons comes shooting out the other side of the dam. And you know, how much damage did that cause? I've seen on one of the Facebook pages this morning that there was a propane tank floating down the river and they could smell gas big time. So you figure if that hit something, how much?
If that hit the dam, that could explode it.
Exactly. Or, you know, if it goes, there was videos of houses floating down the river. It's just, you know, it, like I told Ken last night, I said, this is awful. I think I'd prefer for a fire than this. Because where's it gonna stop? You don't know. Yeah, it's just, you know, I go over to Wixom Lake and I seen pictures there where they had to have been under 5-6 feet of water. Here, this whole COVID thing has had everything shut down. Everything was getting ready for this weekend. They just filled up the river beginning of maybe April, maybe. They just refilled it. And so they had put the dock back in there and they were getting ready for this weekend. And now, I mean, they can't open, there's no way. And I seen like, I don't know, it was probably 40 minutes ago, thousands of people are losing power. How can they not lose power? How do you know what has power?
The street lights were showing above the water. Thank you. You see where Logan Steakhouse is closing 257 stores permanently?
I like Logan.
Anybody else?
Good steak there.
I'm still good.
Okay.
Well, you know, with her new guidelines that she's allowing her business to open with half the customers, how many businesses do you know can make a profit at half their customers?
You can't. No.
It takes me at least 75% of my business just to break even.
Yeah, we used to go out at least once a week.
And then at least 75 cents. So, you know what? Them orders are gonna, I'll bet you that 3/4 of the businesses in Clare County are gonna struggle to be open that serve food or liquor. Those bars and restaurants in Clare County are as good as dead.
It's gonna be very tough. It really is.
Did you see the hospital?
In Midland?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They were moving people. I seen ambulances
They
coming
shut
down.
the ER down at 10 o'clock last night because my brother was an MRI tech. And they kicked him out at 10 o'clock last night.
Okay, boys, let's go.
Wonder how long it'll take them to fix that bridge down there.
Hospital parking lot.
Oh, that's a big deal.
Hospital Lake.
There's a girl speaker right there in the thing.
And, you know, like I told Ken, my brother said they were kicking everybody out. They were transferring them out of the ER. You gotta either send them to Clare or to Mount Pleasant. They're not gonna want to send them down to Saginaw or Freeland down the river.
But they couldn't get to Claremont. Did they have the road shut down?
You could get through.
Listen,
You could get on.
I went down to 20 and come across through Mount Pleasant. Because we sat out there for probably an hour on the freeway and stopped dead.
And I said,
Well, they finally got
redheaded woodpecker.
I took 30.
You have like a bus to look them up?
The freeway goes from Clare, 10's closed from Clare all the way to Bay City, I
Yep, they
think.
shut that down last night.
That whole entire stretch is shut down?
Oh, the whole stretch is shut
I
down.
can't get on the expressway and go to Coleman?
I don't believe so.
No, they had it blacked off last night.
Yeah. So, because you get to Coleman, where are you gonna go?
That's true. If you're on 27, they want to keep you on 27 and say you can't. Okay, that makes sense.
You're gonna have to go up to 61 and go cut across that way.
Well, I had to go down from, I had to take 30 all the way to 20 and come through Mount Pleasant to get out of that
down to 30.
Yep.
We won't be able to hit 30 now because that bridge is up.
No.
The best,
Well,
the
see,
only
that
way to
was
get
coming
over,
from Saginaw.
yeah, the only way to get to Saginaw now, I would think you'd have to go up to 61, shoot 61 all the way across to 75.
How do we get
All right, statutory finance minutes, number one. Would you take that, Samantha, please?
Make a motion to approve statutory finance committee meeting minutes of May 4th, 2020 in the amount of $70,748.20.
No second.
Moved by Samantha, seconded by Dale to approve statutory finance minutes of May the 4th. Any more discussion? All in favor?
No,
Yeah.
roll call.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Pittsburgh,
Yes.
Majeski.
Yep.
Hoagland,
Yes.
Strauss.
Yeah.
Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Haskell,
Yes.
Reinhardt.
Yes. Okay, Jeff, take number two, please.
Motion to approve the expenditures for the month of April 2020 in the amount of $6,310,074.10, with the general fund expenditures totaling $835,139.61.
Second, please. Moved by Jeff, seconded by David to approve the expenditures of the month of April. Any more discussion? Laurie?
Haskell,
Yes.
Hoagland,
Yes.
Majeski,
Yes.
Pittsburgh,
Yes.
Strauss.
Yes.
Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Reinhardt.
Yes. Okay, Mark or David, which one of you guys want to volunteer for the last one?
I'll do it. To approve budget adjustments, 20-76, 20-77, 20-78, 20-79, 20-80, and 20-81 in the amount of $15,000.
Excuse me, there was you're looking at the amended one? The amended motion?
Oops.
If you can pick up after 2081.
2081, then 20-82, 20-84, and 20-85 in the amount of $15,007, $460,000, $44,900, $69,301.44, $20,000, $2,996.27, $27,555.96, $8,910, and $30,000 to be distributed.
I'll second it.
Moved by Mark, seconded by David to approve the budget adjustments. Any more discussion?
I do have some discussion. That last budget adjustment that's on there for the $30,000, that was to move $30,000 from the security budget. And on that budget adjustment, 10,000 of that was set aside for some equipment for the jail wall. And I just want to be clear, because Dale and I had a discussion if that's what you want to do, or if you want that put in the ending fund balance. And let me explain with regards to the jail wall. We had a meeting yesterday, John, Dwayne, and Dave, and we talked about getting the jail wall and the attorney-client rooms completed. The contractors were paid out of last year's budget, and it was roughly $35,000. There was $16,000 left over in that line item, and that money rolled into the fund balance. I had asked for all of the invoices to cover all of that, but we were not aware that there were going to be some additionals for supplies like the aluminum doors, and there's going to be some drop ceilings. Dave said roughly $10,000. He didn't believe it was going to be that much. but that's why I had set aside that $10,000 for that amount. If you do not want it to go into that line item to cover those, any additional costs on that, then those funds would have to come from somewhere else. And that 10,000 would go on the fund balance. So at the discretion of what the board wants to do.
Well, I was talking to Midge earlier, and he said that they have an emergency fund that they could use if they had to. For that.
Okay. I don't know.
What emergency fund?
They have an emergency fund that's got $100,000 in it.
Like a contingency.
That they're probably gonna have to use 70 of it for,
Is he talking about the commissary fund?
I'm not quite sure. Is he out there? Midge out there? Maybe not.
Yes, I'm here.
We're both here, but I'm not showing up as the sheriff. Because I had to use my phone, so I apologize. Go ahead.
I'm here as well.
Midge, we were talking this morning about there was an outstanding bill of like 70,000 for some medical expenses for the jail. And
Yes.
you were talking about, you guys had an emergency fund that you were gonna use some of that for, and if you had to, for the extra 10,000.
Yeah, we'll know on the medical bill hopefully yet this week or next week. The problem that we do run into at times is until September 30th, we could incur more medical costs. So we're careful. That's why we have that emergency fund for medical or major building issues, yes.
Is that commissary or is that just an emergency fund?
We try to keep commissary. We should never go less than 50. We try to stay 80 to 100 because the rotation of the influx of our Fed inmate count. So that would be the emergency fund that is set aside. So Jenny transfers that to the bank. It's set aside.
So if you want me to put that.
It's bad the no phone.
If that budget is spent, I can revise it, put that 10,000 in the fund balance.
Well, the thing is, if we don't use it, it'll still go into the fund balance, right?
Correct.
No matter how we pay for it, if we have to pay for something, we'll have to use the money anyway. I'd say we just leave it as is.
Well, there's money that can be used for that. I mean, that is an emergency, it's unforeseen expenses. So I mean, that's technically what that fund is for them to use.
I say if they got money, let them use it.
Yeah.
Okay, and we'll change that one.
Okay.
So you're taking that 10,000 off the budget adjustment?
It will still be $30,000. But it, rather than going into the 265 line item, it will go into the ending fund balance line.
Anybody else have any questions on that?
Did we get a second on that?
Yeah, I second it.
Yeah.
David seconded?
Okay, roll call, Lori?
Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Hoagland,
Yeah.
Pascal,
Yeah.
Strauss,
Yeah.
Pitchford. Yes. Majeski,
Yes.
Feinhardt.
Yes. Okay, I gotta ask you guys before we go into the report, or maybe, we've got some of the add-ons here on the licensing on the GPS. We got a response, we've got to have a response on the retirement, whether we're gonna offer insurance. And then we've got to have a discussion on the cell phone policy. You wanna put that on new business, or do we wanna do that now? Before we get into the reports?
It doesn't matter to me.
New business, Brian.
Okay, we'll move it to new business. Lori, your report, please.
Okay, I'm sure everyone is aware our county surveyor Paul Lapham passed away recently. Paul has been our surveyor since being appointed in 1957. For 63 years, he's been our county surveyor.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Last year, before he went to Florida, I gave his report a month or two ago. The probate judge, prosecuting attorney, and myself are working on the appointment of his replacement right now. We're trying to get his job description and all of that hammered out, so we know what we're dealing with. I just want to confirm that I did comply with the 10% cut on my fiscal year 2020 budget as required. And I'm continuing to furlough employees, although the office is getting increasingly busy and I will have to be bringing back more employees. Courts are up and running now, and we have to do the hearings by Zoom, which takes more staff. We have to have someone like Jesse's running the computer here. We have to do the same thing there. We have someone being our CEO plus our computer for the Zoom. So we will be bringing more staff back, and we're trying to keep it as tight as possible and keep as many people on furlough as possible. Secretary of State announced that they will be mailing out absent voter applications to all registered Michigan voters. There are little fluctuations in that, but the local clerks will take care of that. And so everyone will get a application, but you're not required to vote by mail. That is, if you choose to vote by mail, you have the option. As of right now, the polls are still going to be open in August and November. Just the state is encouraging voting absentee ballot, or they call it voting by mail. Same thing. That's all I have.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Go ahead. What do you think about that? Voting by mail?
I like the opening of the polls. It's much more secure and safe and less chance for fraud.
Most of the states are opening up to vote by mail, right?
A lot of them are. Michigan is one of the best protected states because of the way we run our elections, offline, in person. We have the highest security, a lot higher than a lot of the other states. You don't hear of the fraud in Michigan that you do like in Florida and places like that.
Okay, you see where I said that President is threatening to withhold federal aid to the state of Michigan if they continue on that policy.
Yes.
What do you think?
But again, they're not closing the polls. The polls are still open. It's just, in my opinion, it's just giving the people the option to vote by mail. Instead of calling up and requesting an application, it's just being sent to them. There's no requirement to return it.
But wasn't this a ballot initiative last fall?
No reason absentee ballots was a ballot initiative that passed. So you don't have to have a reason to vote absentee now. So which opened it up more. And the last election, we did have a lot more absentee ballots. It increased significantly. And the May election, even though Clare County didn't have a May election, the increase in absentee ballots was up 65%.
But wouldn't that ballot initiative kind of make moot some of them directives that you can't do it or you wouldn't do it? I mean, wouldn't that be that's gonna be part of the Constitution, is it not?
It doesn't mean you can't vote in person, just means you have the option not to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was constitutional amendment.
So I don't know what the president think. Can he overrule it, I guess?
I don't know.
Can he withhold aid to Michigan because they're doing that?
Yeah, and I don't see the point because the Secretary of State or the governor have not closed the polls. They're still open.
I look at it more from a fraud standpoint. How do we know that if somebody, you know, if I get a ballot and I do absentee and send it in, what's to prevent me from going in and voting?
There's a system in place,
Yeah.
real-time system. You can't.
Okay.
Yeah, it's already marked in there that you.
The reason I say that is, a recent travel, there was a podcast thing I was listening to, and they were discussing this issue with some states where a number of people, there was a growing number of people who were saying, okay, I moved from state A to state B, and for the last 3 years, I've been getting absentee ballots mailed to me from my previous state, and they admitted that they were voting in both states, so they send their absentee back to the original state they were in, plus they go where they live now, and they were trying to figure out how do we stop
And
this.
that continues to be a problem. We only track Michigan.
Right.
So we can track Michigan, but not anyone else.
Hey, Jack,
Yes.
I know the treasurer's coming up here. If she's in the building and possible, I'd like to have her maybe come in. We've got quite a few figures she's given us here to look at. I don't know if it's now or later on in the budget talk.
Did you hear that, Jenny?
She may not even be on.
Yes, I can come down there.
Thank you. Any more for Lori? Thank you, Lori.
You're welcome.
Okay, Jenny will be here in just a second, if you want to pull out the information that she gives.
Mark, while we're waiting, I can elaborate a little bit on that. If you're mailed an absentee ballot, it's marked in the system, but you don't necessarily have to vote that ballot. If you want to come in and vote, you can still come in and vote. And they just void that absentee ballot that you were sent.
Okay, so the system is set up that it's looking for one,
Yes.
and once you do one, then the other is
You
no one
can't do
voting.
another, right?
Okay.
So if you've mailed it in and it's just counted, already received in, then you can't vote in person.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it's all done by,
That's
on
Harrison's colors.
computer.
That's Harrison's colors.
Hey, while we're waiting for just a second, I just wanted to tell you, if you're in Clare and you go by her place right there by the corner, Brack's picture's up on the pole.
Yeah, those are really nice.
Just seen your picture.
Yeah, good. Tom Cook.
Did you paint the mustache on him or somebody
No.
else? Okay, Jenny,
Yeah.
thank you for coming in.
You're welcome. I apologize for my reports having yellow all over them. Our copier is kind of seeping yellow onto our papers.
They're pretty.
It did make it nice and cheery. The one report that I put on there is just our cash summary as of yesterday, and then it also has our current fund balance for all the funds that we have. So this just shows our cash balances, investment totals, and then our fund balances. So that's just to give you where we're at today. It doesn't give you the liabilities, which would be our tax anticipation note, which we've used in the general fund, and then there's also some loans that the delinquent tax fund has given the senior services and veterans. It doesn't show that, but you can see that as a difference between the cash balance and the fund balance.
What's the total of the fund balance?
If you're looking here for the general fund, it's the negative 1.7 million. If you're looking at on the sheet, are you looking at the sheet, Dan? Yeah, it's got the cash and the fund balance. So when you're looking on the fund balance side, across from that fund, that's what that is. And it's generally like that because we have the cash flow issue this time of year. so we're borrowing from the tax anticipation note to cover. We issued those notes so that we could, cover our cash flow until our revenues come in. So it's a normal thing that we have this time of year.
So to be able to look at, to judge where we're at as far as the number you've been giving us for the potential fund balance, where does that fall into play?
That will not be in here. That's that long sheet that I gave you, but the last time that you had approved, yep, and it's the exact same. The budget adjustments that you approved at the last meeting did not change that number. It's still the, if all the revenues that we have in the budget come in as they are in there and the expenses go out the way that they're in there, we would end up with just under 400,000 fund balance at the end of this year. But Tracy has given you a whole bunch of other fund balances that you just approved, so as soon as those are in, that should definitely change the numbers as well.
So that would be, that would bring it up to about 589. You said it's about 400?
It's just under 400 right now.
Okay, so.
And that is not including any of the budget adjustments you just saw.
Those adjustments would equal 189,579.
What did you say again?
189, that's on that sheet that I gave you, the one with the highlights.
I thought it was 199.
Oh, 199 with the 10,000
Yeah.
that we just added, yes, so
599.
roughly 600.
Yeah, so that's what we're getting.
I'm in the right direction.
As of right now, that's what we're getting for the cuts and everything, the changes that we had done.
There's still some more things that need to be looked at. Treasury had their webinar yesterday and they had discussed some of the things that they're doing right now. They said, they still have not, for the counties, adjusted the revenue sharing. They said that is statutory and it's in the budget, so unless they do budget amendments, we'll still continue getting our revenue sharing.
Well, we still have to also too, I mean, what'll add to that number is what we determine for the cleaning service. So, I mean, what savings we have there will be added into that. And then we've still got a couple departments, yours and the drain commissioner that hasn't done the 10% yet.
Mine is in there. You were just approved mine today.
Okay. All right.
You brought up that hot topic again with revenues versus expenditures. Where are we at with I mean, I really understand this all projected in the beginning, but are we starting to see adjustments in these, I mean, I'm asking Tracy and you, are we starting to see adjustments in these revenues to give us a more up-to-date?
On that long sheet, it has the revenue total and the expense total. It will change once all of those are in the system. Once those are approved, Jody will get those in the system and then that sheet will be updated. There are other things to consider. For instance, we bumped our tax revenue a bit with Pete's presentation that he gave in April. I'm not 100% sure that will not decrease a little bit. I didn't bump it completely up, but I did bump it a little bit, and I'm a little concerned about that. But also what I have not bumped that are decreased that we'll need to is interest income. As you guys have all noticed, interest, bank interest, investment interest, all has crashed. So those numbers are also gonna have to come down some.
Can we get I mean, it'll take a couple days maybe to get this updated.
Yep, as
Can
soon
you
as,
email us,
yep, as
just
soon
when it's
as
updated?
Jody does that, which she's really super quick about, as soon as Tracy gives those to her, it doesn't take her long to do, and then, once she gives me the go ahead, I can update that sheet and get it to you. But there will be some more adjustments that will have to be made, that will have to be looked at once we get that all updated.
And on this sheet, I liked where you had the footnotes
Yes.
of what the big changes were. Can we add that too to this?
For 2019?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
I can look at that. I haven't.
Jenny, is this the sheet you're talking about?
No, that one, the long sheet is the one I gave you the last time you were here. It's the one, the fund balance one.
Yep,
Yes,
that one.
that Mark has right there. I apologize, Dave. I did not update it because it did not change, so I didn't want to waste our resources on that.
You wanna see mine, David?
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
I don't know if you're ready to move on to the other two, my statutory reports for delinquent taxes. 2019 taxes, we did settle with the local units, and they were about 90% collected, which is about normal. The dollar amount is higher, and there's one of the main reasons would be the city of Clare's charter allowed for them to bump their operating tax, so that bumped up a bit, but there's some other townships that were increased as well. So we're about 90% collected, but we did have to buy back, which if you look at the trend I gave you from 2008 forward, this is the highest delinquency amount that we've had since I've been here. And I just gave you a graph that shows how it's been going. Other things to note, and it affects taxes altogether, there are 34 pieces of legislation being tossed around that affect taxes in the current state and delinquent state. It could affect both the local units and ourselves and millage authorities as it is. So it's something we're also going to have to track. We are keeping on top of that. But we really need to watch it because, one, we already have a cash flow issue. So we have the tax anticipation note, which is a short-term note we have to pay back by September. So we have to be concerned about the taxes coming in. If they don't come in, we have to figure out how we're going to pay the note, because that's what they're based on, is we're anticipating that revenue and that we pay that back on. So it's important that we keep on top of that. Another reason is we are paying interest and fees on that tax anticipation note. So while we're looking at some of that legislation that is proposed, we might really have to get with our legislators to discuss that. And three, not only would it affect us, it could possibly affect the locals and the other millage authorities out there. My office has been busy. In just the last 2 months during all of this, we've collected over $4 million in cash and revenues. Most of that's going to buy back the delinquent taxes. But between helping with customers online and taking online payments, all the mail that we've been getting, and our unique drive-through service that we've created, we've really been busy and getting it to work. The taxpayers have been really grateful, and it's helped us out county-wise. And I wanted to really appreciate you guys for having the additional meetings. I think it's important. It's definitely helped with us keeping on top of the budget a little bit better, because the more those budget adjustments can be approved and in the system, the more we can keep on top of that. And I think that's all I've got for myself, unless you guys have any other questions.
Jenny, you don't have anybody on furlough, do you?
I do not have anyone on
Nobody's
furlough.
laid off, nobody on furlough, that haven't ever been.
Not yet. Not yet.
Did you have any water last rain?
My garden.
I mean, in your office?
No, no. In my garden, yes, and thankfully I did not plant that, but no. In my office, I have been very fortunate.
Just 3 other spots in the courthouse.
Yes, I feel your pain for that. I had that for 9 years straight, so I'm pretty excited that that has been fixed.
Any other questions for Jenny?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks, Katie.
You're welcome.
Hey, we're gonna be getting to the phone thing, one quick thing. You don't have any county paid phone, you don't get stipend or anything?
No,
Okay.
She is entitled to a stipend.
Oh, I know,
She's
yeah.
not on the list, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying that she's entitled to
I
a
do not
stipend
take it.
because she's part of that.
I do not
Okay.
take the stipend.
Okay, and we're up to my report. To make y'all feel better, I just got an alert here that the China outbreak has come back, and it's a different strain of the virus. So let's just hope that it stays there, because this country can't afford it coming back here. Dow Chemical is shutting down all Midland operations. And any of you ever worked down there? That is a major, major, major thing. To shut down all those reactors and stills and everything. That the economic impact on Midland County has just got to be devastating. So I feel very sorry for those people and all the people that are along the river. I've never seen waters like that yesterday that were raging like they were. I feel so sorry for those people that have lost their businesses, which a lot of them will never reopen. That's probably.
They probably didn't have flood insurance. They wouldn't have
No.
been required
You
to,
know-
or they couldn't have probably got it.
And this is the sad part about this. We're covered, you look at your policy, we're covered for tornadoes, we're covered for fires, we're covered for earthquakes. But you've got to have a special coverage for floods. And I'll bet you 8 out of 10, maybe if they live along the river, if they could afford it, they have it. But most of those people have lost everything and they're not gonna be able to get insurance for it.
Now, is it true that if you do not live in a floodplain, they won't give you flood insurance?
That's the way it was. You couldn't even get it.
Yeah, if you don't live in a floodplain, you
The
can't.
sad
get it.
part of that is that I live on top of the hill. It would take a biblical, flood to ever flood me out. But I'd be, okay, if I was willing to pay, $10 a month or $5 a month, at least that would be going into the system to offset other costs. But they limit it to the people that are only really at risk, which that narrows the pool. The other thing that you'll find is that if it's exterior water that enters your house, it's a flood. And unless you can prove, I had a flood one time. I had a sump pump that failed. They said because it was subsurface water and the way it came in, it was considered flood. I had no coverage. If the pump would have failed due to a lightning strike, I would have had coverage. When I was building inspectors dealing with a situation with a drain that plugged up, a road drain that plugged up and flooded a guy's place, had no coverage because it was surface water that went into his basement and totally flooded and ruined it. No coverage. I mean, absolutely none, because under the definition that was considered a flood. And he was nowhere in a place where he would ever think of flood. He'd be like me. I wouldn't have flood. But if you follow the definition of a flood, which the insurance company's gonna do, a lot of people don't realize how susceptible they are to losses that would not be covered by insurance. I mean, and the thing I used to tell people once I got into that was, I'd have to deal with people saying, hey, you can't build here, you gotta raise your house, you gotta move back or whatever. People would always say, I've lived here my whole life and I've never seen this before. And I'd say, exactly. If you watch the news and you say, well, this will never happen. I can't believe you can't force me to do that. And I said, just watch the news and you'll see people with tears in their eyes saying, I've lived here my entire life and I've never experienced this. This has never happened. The moral of the story is records are broke every day, and people need to be aware that just because it hasn't happened in 35 or 40 years don't mean it'll never happen. And for the people that really complain about FEMA and the flood stuff, stop and think if over the past 10, 15 years, FEMA and the federal government and the state would have been forcing people to build their homes up and farther away from the water, how much more damage there would be today that you and I will have to pick up the bill. And that's if you went to some of the FEMA stuff that I went to, that was the whole deal. People are saying, I'm not gonna keep picking up the tab for your house flooding all the time. I'm gonna say, you either pack up and move, or you put your house 3 feet higher so it doesn't flood every 2 years. We're tired of picking up the tab. People didn't like it, but we needed to do that as a society to get people out of at least the 100-year flood zone. And it's huge how much that saved us as a society, even though some people look at the price tag that it cost them to move their house or to lift it. Bottom line is, somebody's gotta pick up the tab for this, whether it's the insurance company or the individual, so.
Well, you look at the immediate impact that this has had, just, what is taking place right now. But looking down the road, you've got 2 dams that possibly the Army Corps of Engineers are not going to fix. So now you're looking at property loss value on Sanford, all the way up and down the Tittabawassee River. I mean, you've got $1 million homes on those lakes, and without a lake out front, just a stream, your value is gonna be nil. And, you know, the tax impact there, how are they going to assess now those new, properties if they're not going to replace that dam and build that lake back in again? The backwaters,
If you live in Sanford or Midland, you're seeing a 500-year flood.
No, they're calling it 500 years.
500 year. Samantha?
I've got nothing. It's just, everybody thinks that we're in money problems now. The state's in money issues. Look, right now, the road commission, they're doing no overtime because there's no money coming in for projects because it comes from the gas tax. So that's already trickling down. And now you have a chunk of US 10 that is gone, and you have a big chunk of M30 that's gone. And where's the money gonna come to fix it? It's just gonna keep getting worse.
I think you're right.
I don't have my stimulus check either.
yeah. What can you say, you know? We've got a, you know, just a quick one, looking at the numbers that we've got here, what we've been able to save. You know, hopefully more than 200,000. Folks, we're still gonna have to have possibly another 10% cut to get us to even close to breaking even. Yeah, Jenny had mentioned 400,000 that we'd be short. Well, we're halfway there with all the cuts we've done. So if we don't, we'll end up short again. So, I mean, once we finalize this tier of the cuts, we need to be looking at the next tier, unfortunately. So, just my observation. That's it. That's all I got.
Leonard?
I attended no meetings, did a few phone calls. Dale, Samantha said it's, tough looking out there. I know my parents got married in 1930, which, you know, they say the beginning of the Great Depression. There was no safety nets of any kind back then. I had grandparents lose money in the bank, exposure and fire. A lot different today. Been a lot of money. So who's gonna pay it back? And our grandchildren, great grandchildren. We think we got it tough. Look up the road for them little people.
We can't afford to pay the interest on the national debt right now. It's over 22 trillion. Almost 25.
That it, Leonard? Jeff?
I got nothing, just finally some of our other meetings are starting to be held via the computer, Zoom, whatever, health department. They're in quite a struggle right now too, trying to keep up with all this going on and trying to report the most accurate information they can, and they're doing a great job, I think, too. The health department's doing a really good job, so.
Well, when you take a look at our area, our numbers are low compared to some of the other ones, so somebody's on top of something.
Yeah. But there's very little limited testing too in our areas, and, you know.
Just wait till after this weekend.
Yeah.
If they get here. Mark?
Yeah, I didn't really, any meetings, like you say, we live in an area where we haven't been hit too bad by the COVID. The interesting thing is, listen to a couple of shows that claim there's been some lawsuits filed that are forcing a lot of the states and federal government to revise and get more accurate the COVID numbers. And somebody in my family works at a hospital, and when they start hearing the COVID numbers, and they're like, okay, they work there full time, they've only seen a couple patients confirmed with COVID, and one of them passed away. That person had a do not resuscitate, was quite elderly, and didn't want any medical help. But the interesting thing is that person, that works at the hospital says, golly, you look at these numbers that are out there, they're showing a particular area having X number of cases. They're like, even some of the healthcare people are starting to question this. Where did these numbers come from? And they don't seem to match up with, I mean, maybe people have COVID somewhere, but they're not at some of the hospitals. So you take the frontline people and they're saying, hey, this number's way up here according to what I'm seeing on the news and the CDC, but where did that number come from? Because we don't have any, we've only had a couple cases, and that's why I say there's this other lawsuit that I guess went through, and they're claiming there's going to be some dramatic revisions on the actual cases of COVID, that not just unexplained death is automatically COVID, or yeah, they died of a heart attack and they had a bad heart, and then, and we tested them, and they did have COVID, but they, there's so many.
Mark, I'm not sure you'll get accurate numbers.
Ever.
Ever. 4 out of the 7 of us could have it and not even show any signs, not even through the whole infection virus.
And you have to follow the money, because people in the healthcare thing, that some of the people that I know in healthcare, they're like, it's a money deal. There's money attached to saying there's X number of COVID cases. The feds will pay a certain amount of money, which is our tax dollars, to hospitals dealing with COVID. They're not necessarily lying, but if they're not being 100% truthful, if they can say, yeah, we suspect it COVID, once it's COVID, they get more money. You got to follow the money, and that's usually what's going on with some of these numbers. And that was my understanding of the lawsuits that were filed. They're like, we want to know accurate numbers. What did all these people actually die from? And was it just coincidental they had it, to try to get more accurate numbers, because a lot of people feel we're not being told the truth and that the numbers are skewed because of the dollars that flow.
We were told, me and Dale at the health department, that they guarantee you that the number of COVID cases is accurate. If it says we have 14, that's how many tests that were 14. But
of positive deaths.
Yeah, the deaths could be skewed a little bit, because as of right now, if you're driving down the road and getting a car wreck and you had COVID, that's considered a COVID death. So, but they are going to filter through those and update those also. But for right now, because of putting their efforts toward better things, that they are
I'm not certainly blaming the health department for that. I mean, it's an overall problem. I always go back to the evil in it is the money. If there's money in it for somebody to kind of bend the numbers one way or another, that's usually what happens. And the health department doesn't necessarily do it, but I think that the hospitals and some of your healthcare facilities, according to people that I know that work there, saying some of these things are kind of questionable, but yeah, that's about it. I mean, obviously we gotta tighten our belts some more, and yeah, what's going on in Midland is unprecedented. What I mentioned about the flood stuff, dealing with the building code, we were only dealing with 100-year floodplain. The main risk is 100-year floodplain. That's you're talking a 500-year flood event. So they're saying that, the level that was possible, the 1% chance in 100 years of reaching a certain level at a 100-year, it just went to whatever the calculations were for a 500-year. It doesn't mean that it will happen every truck, but the possibility is that it will happen in once in 500 years.
We just keep getting sucker punched. Damn.
Well, and I guess for all of us, it's no different than, it's good for the economy. We go out and spend money and we buy this and buy that, and then we don't have a rainy day fund, and all of a sudden the tire blows out on the car, and I can't even afford a tire to get on my car to go to work. I mean, we kind of do it to ourselves a lot of ways. We like a lot of things, and we have a lot of things we didn't have 20 years ago, but it can come back to bite us, and you think, oh, that'll never happen, and then it does, and then you get multiple things stacked together, and oh yeah, I wasn't planning on tire blowing, I wasn't planning on this, and well, maybe you should have thought about that before you went those 2 or 3 extra times out to eat. And nothing against the restaurants and going out to eat, but it's just everybody has to have that comfort level of having cushion there and not pushing themselves right to the edge.
I can afford a tire now because I haven't been out to eat quite some time. So.
Well, you don't.
I'm a good cook.
Well, I mentioned this at one of the other meetings, and you know, there's so many people that are crying foul that, you know, this whole thing has cost them everything, and I agree it has. But just remember, and I said it before, there are a lot of people around us even before COVID that lose everything every day, whether it be from disease or car wrecks, no fault of their own, they lose everything. Unfortunately, for people that have never lost everything and never been faced with, you know, devastating car accidents, debilitating cancer, or anything, they're now experiencing what their neighbors, some of their neighbors have always experienced and will continue to experience, whether COVID's here or not. Your whole world is flipped upside down. You had a good savings going, and now you or your spouse has cancer and your savings is all wiped out, and you're like, what do I do? All I'm saying is people need to realize that there are a lot of people that have been living this type of nightmare for years, and they always will and always have. And I just want to remind those people, I understand it's tough, but that doesn't mean that you deserve or anybody deserves to get any more than anybody else. So when my wife got cancer, nobody offered to pay my bills, and I didn't ask for it. But now if people, you know, you hear people crying, look, you know, no fault of my own, somebody's got to make it right. Well, life's not always fair, and if you spent right to the edge and now you can't afford your bills, well, my wife never drank or smoked or anything like that, and she got a cancer that's, you know, her lifestyle didn't. Or what if you got hit by a drunk driver and no fault of your own and you're now crippled the rest of your life? No different than somebody losing their job right now with COVID, as far as I'm concerned. You just got sucker punched, and you got to figure out how to get through it. I'm willing to stand there and help you, but don't expect me to just automatically step up and pay all your bills for you.
You know, along with those lines, you think our budget deficit is bad, you ought to be a rural hospital in Michigan and the United States that can't do any elective surgery or anything because they need to be on COVID watch and no COVID cases to speak of. Those people are going belly up. Hospitals are going to close in Michigan and the United States in record numbers. So that is unless somebody comes to bail them out, and I don't know who that's going to be. So anyway, David?
You know, I've just been keeping in contact with my townships, and I have a resolution later in the meeting. Other than that, I don't have anything.
Okay. All right, let's get to the business then. First, we need to start out finishing up our discussion on the cleaning. Did we finish that? Did we figure that out? Or you got more, you got to find out more information? Where are we leaving that?
I think we need to know more information.
I do too.
You want more information?
Or do we approve it as 3 hours a day? That was the last I seen, last I heard, that's where we were at. You wanted to cut the top line.
Well, I guess I'm getting clarification. I didn't think that not going with the first option on the list was gonna cut Carrie totally out of the hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that.
Okay.
So if we did all.
3 hours a day. You take a quarter of what that 16,000, so that'd be 12. If she's there for 4 hours, you knock it down to 3, taking 25%. So you're
Be roughly 12,000.
So that would make it 40,000. And
So it would be right around 63,600. More on there? I don't have a calculator. Just rough estimate. A little under 20 grand it'd save us.
About roughly 58,000.
58,000,
Yeah, yes.
so it'd be a little over 20 grand. What do you say? And when, if we did make this decision, when would this start? Immediately?
She just said there's a 30-day window on the canceling a contract, so it's a 30-day.
Okay.
You're looking at roughly a $26,000 savings.
26,000.
With the understanding that the courts will be responsible for the courtrooms and the jury room. Just don't want to leave anything open-ended.
I'll make that motion.
Well, we're gonna have to hear from the courts, I guess.
You don't-
Thinking back, well, you can make the motion, but are the courts gonna say they want somebody? Did you read their plan?
I just got it.
Well, I think one was emailed to us here, along with the hundreds of other emails.
Yeah, I didn't see this one.
This may be, I think they're talking about they're gonna need somebody to clean there, to disinfect.
Well, each office, I mean, the clerk's office, treasurer's office, all of them are gonna have to be disinfected.
Well,
and we're
they don't
relying-
have people coming, well, I guess the clerk's office does have
We're gonna
people
rely on them to
coming
do
in.
their own. Why can't the courts
Somebody's
do their
gonna
own?
have to do it. But the courts, they got people in there all the time, but they're gonna open the courthouse up to people. Some of the offices, the public stands out and goes through a window, but. Well, go ahead, make that motion, Dale.
I'll make the motion that we take the suggested cleaning quote changes from AWOL with Carrie doing 3 days, is it 3 days per week? Or 5 days per week, 3 hours?
5 days a week.
5 days a week with 3 hours. Cleaning the public access hallways with floor equipment, their own floor equipment. Clean the 12 public access bathrooms, replenish the paper products and soaps, and remove bagged garbage from the hallways to the dumpster. For a total of 58,000. What did you say it was, Tracy?
That's why I said it was 58,000.
Okay.
Okay, what if we just told them we could go up to 58,000 and they could work it out what those things would be? Maybe Carrie could replenish the towels and that, keep her working a little bit more.
We went with pretty much everything they said,
Yeah,
I like that idea.
so.
and we would just say we can pay 58,000 or 45,000, whatever. Dorothy, you work it out. If Carrie can do some of these other things, it'll keep her more around.
Just keep it all honest, and I'm not saying they're not honest, and not at all in the least bit, but if we're gonna do that, then they need to be able to give us a daily, keep a daily record of what they're doing and when they're doing it. Because if we're just saying, do what you can for this, just to be fair to everybody, they should be able to document, okay, this is what we did today, or just a simple ledger of some sort to keep track of what was done.
We can do that. I think if they don't do it, we'll hear pretty quick.
Well, I know, but that just keeps everybody,
Okay.
we can look at that, and there's no way anybody can say, well, they didn't document it, or.
You're kind of on the committee anyways, aren't you? To overwatch that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know as the recommendation that the 4 department heads gave, it was just to break the contract totally.
Yeah, I like that idea also, give them a figure, then let them work it out, She can work a little more towards Carrie's end, that would be good.
Are you changing your motion?
No,
Well, the big game changer in all that was, we just heard that there's no trustees available. So even if we wanted to use trustees right now, we couldn't. So that's kind of one of them open-ended things that,
I thought we said that wasn't a good idea anyway.
no, I agree, but if we totally did away with them and then we tried to fill in with other methods, we just found out that we gotta be careful if we relied too much on trustees. The
Well-
trustees' availability may be all over the book from none to many.
This is what we have, and we gotta figure out how to make it work. This is what we have.
I'll second
You
Joe's
you
motion.
don't wanna change that a little bit before you do it?
As in,
Maybe just. Jack was saying they might not cut her to 3 hours a day, they might keep her to 4 if she does some of that other stuff to go along with that. I kinda like that idea also.
so you just wanna give them,
Ceiling of 58,000.
and not knowing what they're gonna do?
Well, that's what I said about keeping a tally. If we're gonna do an open thing like that.
We gotta have some guidelines of what is
I
expected
agree.
for the money. I mean,
Well, I
And-
mean,
and
when the
here's the thing.
restroom's done, you want the paper towel and the
But
toilet paper refilled, you want the
and-
hallways
In
cleaned
the
up.
contract that we gave them, do we specifically spell out what Carrie does every day and each task she does?
I think,
Not specifically Carrie,
My
but
point
we do have
exactly.
but we do have specifications in
Right.
there that tell them what need to be
This,
done.
this is gonna give us a general outline.
yeah, I
Does
think,
Carrie do above and beyond what is in the contract?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure she does.
Absolutely she does. And is some of the tasks change from day to day? Absolutely it does. I mean, we can't get right down to the specific item,
Yeah.
but we can give a general of what we'd like to see done in the courthouse.
All I'm saying is if I play devil's advocate and I'm on the outside and I'm challenging what we're talking about doing, I don't think it's out of the realm at this point to say, you just need to keep a tab of
This
what
is-
you've done.
This is what we do.
Yep.
If she has no garbage in 2 offices and she decides to change a
Just-
bulb,
Yeah, today I
that
cleaned
place?
X bathrooms, I
So
did
be it.
this, I changed some light bulbs. It doesn't have to be a major report, it's just gotta be a way we can go back and look at it and say,
the
this
goal,
is a tally of what's been being done.
right, the goal here is to get the best service we can for what money we can afford. Because the whole reason for this is to save some money.
okay, can I have a second for
I
that?
did already. I was just acknowledging David already seconded.
Okay. Moved by Dale, seconded by David to, I guess, approve the cleaning contract at what, 58,000?
That we discussed. Yep.
Any more discussion? Lori, please.
Chesky,
Yes.
Hoagland,
Yes.
Pascal,
Yes.
Pittsburgh,
Yes.
Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Strauss,
Yeah.
Reinhardt.
Yes. Okay, Tracy, do we need to handle this, Pete?
That is at the discretion of the Board of Commissioners. I was just making you aware that he had provided us a plan for the equalization department that could save us roughly between 15 and 25,000.
Well, if he can save us that kind of money, I think we need to, look into it, right?
I just had one question on that, and I know I expressed it to Tracy when she had sent that information out to us. I don't know, is Pete out there?
Yes.
Hey Pete, this is Dale. I know I sent you a question. I know with this new GIS system, the townships were utilizing this for some of the, I think, their appraisers and that they have, or assessors that they have. Is this going, if we do this, what you're suggesting, is this gonna take that tool away from the townships?
No, what we'd be looking at is that since Tina Moore left the department, the county no longer had in-house someone to maintain that parcel data layer. There is a contract let right now that someone is, a contractor is drawing up, and this is from last year. A contractor is drawing up the remaining subdivisions so that there'll be a complete data parcel layer. The only thing I'm suggesting there with amalgam is that they would take that responsibility on maintaining the parcel data layer when we have land divisions and such. And what it looks like right now is that it would be a cost savings by using a third party to do that. But the data layer would still be distributed to those townships that needed it.
Good, good. Because I know I've got a lot of positive feedback from being able to utilize that tool.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good to me.
Okay, you want to make a motion to do that, or what do we need to do?
Yeah, I would.
To accept his proposal?
Yes. I'll make that motion to accept Pete's proposal on the cost savings for equalization.
Second, please. Moved by Dale, seconded by Leonard to accept the proposal. Don't know what to call it, but any more discussion?
And that's, in the savings again, we're going to be, Tracy?
Between 15 and 25.
What's your gut feeling on the savings, Pete? I mean, can you get closer to 15 to 25?
Right, and and this is broken into two parts. There's the GIS component and then there's the staffing component. Yeah, I mean, I have not formalized something. I can definitely do that for Tracy or your next meeting if you want to give me certain parameters to come in. But from just looking at it, I'm fairly certain we can definitely save that much with both the GIS and the staffing component.
Yeah, it'd be great if we could save the 25,000. That's for sure.
Okay, do we need to hold off on that then until we hear back from Pete, or tell him to go ahead and proceed on?
I would say allow him to proceed and.
Okay.
Let's do it.
There's a motion and a second already on it.
Okay. Any more discussion? Any more questions for Pete?
Just see where they're gonna eliminate the appraiser position.
But for the county?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Larry?
May I ask clarification? So the motion incorporates this entire email? Because it just said the recommendation, so this is exactly what the motion is?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the bottom portion of that, his proposal's at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
So the recommended.
Oh, right here where I recommend that?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Who currently is the appraiser? Okay.
Okay, I believe anytime we can privatize something, it's a good thing for us. Yep. So, Laurie, please.
Majeski?
Yes.
Strauss?
Yes.
Fitchburg?
Yes.
Pasco?
Yes.
Fitzpatrick?
Yes.
Hoefling?
Yes.
Feinhardt?
Yes. Judge Farrell?
Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, where in the heck did you find a barber to cut your hair? I
haven't had a haircut since early
I
March.
can't even
but-
find
Come to my house.
I
Yeah.
can't
I do
find
my
a
husband
black
and my
market.
sons.
Yeah, I think I may be getting an involuntary haircut this weekend, so we'll see.
I've been looking for a black market barber every place. Can't find one.
Yeah, I know.
There's a guy down the road does sheep shearing.
Well, I'm ready. Look at me.
Yeah, you actually have hair on your head now.
Yeah. Okay, Judge.
So, again,
apologize for my tardiness. I had some hearings and things going on via Zoom and in the courtroom and whatnot, so Tracy had been nice enough to move me around, and it was supposed to be around 10 o'clock, but I see it's about noon. I had just wanted to let the board know that there were a number of different parameters that the courts were supposed to be following before we could return to full capacity. So I had stopped down this morning to provide Ms. Byard and the rest of the commissioners, and if necessary, some additional folks on what the COVID-19 guidelines for returning to full capacity are. Obviously, it's 27 pages. I don't anticipate everyone's reviewed it yet, but that being said, what I wanted to let everyone know, what we're trying to do is find out what the specifics are going to be as we return to full capacity. If in fact the governor does not extend the stay-at-home order beyond the May 28th date, what we are trying to accomplish is compliance with this, but also coordination with the county to make sure that we're compliant, because my understanding from the Supreme Court is that we are not supposed to reopen the courts unless we're in compliance with this. And so I'm not certain, some of the things being discussed in Gladwin, and I think likewise here, whether or not there'll be any screening, any type of temperature taking, any type of masks being provided, enforced, anything upon entry to the building. That will help us assess what, if anything, needs to be done. If there's not a checkpoint upon entry to the building, it being a public building, then is each department responsible, because we're in a closed facility, that has to be handled individually? Is court security being involved in that? What happens if someone enters the building without a mask? So we're trying to get some type of idea from each county board what will be done upon entry into the building, and that'll help us assess what to do from that point. So I don't know if the board's decided upon, once the building completely reopens to the public, assuming that's on or about June 1st, like Gladwin County, if anything will be done upon entry into the building.
Well, you haven't been here, but I've been complaining this morning about hundreds of emails, which you're getting them probably too.
Oh, sure.
Do this, do that, here's the new, this suspends the previous one. Who is calling the shots? Is it the governor, the Center for Disease Control? Is it the COVID task force? Is it the Supreme Court? I mean, when you get out in the private sector, yesterday I seen just hundreds of people running around without masks, just packing the stores. So,
Oh,
you know, I
well,
mean,
if my honest opinion is, I think,
I can answer that in
Okay.
part, as far as, I'm gonna take this off, because first of all, I can't breathe, and secondly, I can't speak. So what the Supreme Court is telling us, these are mandates, these are not suggestions or recommendations in this 27-page document that I know when we received it, Mr. Schlieff sent it on to the counties so that you would know what the expectations are of us. So they're unfunded mandates, and that's part of the problem for the courts and for the counties, and we recognize that as well. We are supposed to coordinate with the health department as well as with our counties to try to open the courts back up. So my court has been running the whole time. We've had people there the whole time, and my staff is back to full staff coming into the building. And we continue to do everything that we can. And I think the other judges are starting to, well, they've been gearing up and doing the same thing. We can't get past page 4 of the 27-page document that State Court Administrator's Office has given us. That's gating. So I strongly encourage the county to look at the document that we've supplied to you a while ago now and review it. We're stuck with it. So, and I know that means you guys are stuck with it too. So.
And I think to jump on what Judge Klaus is saying is that we recognize that, the board could take different approaches to this, but I think as what I see as the courts elected officials, county government. I think we need to lead the way, not look upon what the rest of the community is doing, good or bad. I think that I recognize what Mr. Kleinhardt's saying. I go out, I see people that aren't wearing masks, aren't social distancing, and I understand that. But I think that we have an obligation not only to the employees of the building, but also to the visitors of the building, that we should be setting the bar, not choosing what we want to do and not do. And I think Mr. Kleinhardt's question is important because there are a lot of differing opinions. You have the governor's executive orders, you have the state Supreme Court, you have the CDC, you have the legislature that has filed suit against the governor, and so there's a lot of differing opinions, a lot of differing orders, and whether or not law enforcement is going to follow it or not.
It's just background.
Oh, okay. So and I think regardless of what the rest of the community is doing, I think that we have a large volume of people that are entering this building, and I think that whether it's the courts or the clerk's office or this room, I think that there should be some uniformity in how we proceed moving forward, and whether that's at the front door, whether that's upon entry to the court wing of the building. I'm just looking for some type of information from the county government officials like yourselves so that we can plan accordingly. Because the way I perceive it, and maybe Judge Klaus perceives it the same or different, if the county doesn't enforce masks, gloves, temperature, interview screening techniques at the entry to the building, then we have to take unilateral action at some point in the building before we can reopen. And so that's what we're seeking, is some guidance from you. If you're not going to take any measures upon entry to the building, then I think the four of us can sit down and say, okay, we really need to do something. The second part is because we're housed within the building, there are some things within the guidelines that, as Judge Klaus mentioned, there's expense to it. We should have increased sanitation equipment in the hallways. And I'm not getting into the cleaning contracts. I don't want to get into that other than one point here in a moment. But if anything, I believe there should be an increase in the cleaning services rather than a decrease, because the public health risk right now is the highest it's ever been. So to reduce at this point, when we're 4th to 7th in the nation in cases and deaths, this is something we need to take seriously, because when this building reopens, there are a lot of people entering this building, and especially in our wing of the building. So we're looking at avenues of marking the hallways with tape, posting things on the walls. We'd like some assistance with sanitation equipment, whether that's through Mr. Becker, maybe with emergency funds, or through the county, but
He does have some available.
okay, good. And that's helpful. And that's why I'm just trying to get some information, because the cleaning thing concerns me. I heard some tidbits about everybody be responsible for their own. The problem I have with that is, as you guys know, all of my employees, and I think Judge Paulson, they're all union employees. I think the moment I go back to my staff and say, you are now responsible for, in addition to your duties, to cleaning this room and cleaning the courtroom, I foresee some issues, and good, bad, or indifferent, but I do see some issues. We are supposed to be doing things to reduce the risk to our employees, not increasing the risk. Making them clean courtrooms, sanitize, that I foresee some issues, but I want to keep it as an open dialogue and see where the county sits.
I know we're moving to Zoom hearings as much as possible. I taped off my courtroom a couple weeks ago now. My maximum capacity is 4. That's as many people as I can get into my courtroom. That's how small it is. And so we'll continue to use Zoom as much as possible to eliminate as much foot traffic into this building as possible, to try to help out as best we can. But we have a lot of, because of our guardianship and conservatorships that we do, we have a lot of older people who come in who won't have the capability of using Zoom, so, there's no avoiding that. We'll have to have some people brought in, but we're doing everything we can to try to minimize the risk as much as we possibly can in our courtroom, and I think the other courts are doing the same thing, because we're being told to do that by our Supreme Court, and it's the right thing to do for our counties as well, to make sure that, everyone is kept as safe as possible. I do agree, all of our employees are excellent employees, and they're washing their hands religiously, they're cleaning their own spaces to the best of their abilities right now, but they're not a cleaning crew. And the state court is mandating deep cleaning. And it's not just wiping down with, a paper towel and some Clorox. They're telling us we have to do deep cleaning. So the more people we start bringing in and circulating, we all know that's going to require some intensive cleaning for all of the areas that we have here. So we have a lot to do. We certainly don't have the capability of screening every single person that's going to be coming to court. We don't know who's coming to court. So I know my staff is nervous about that.
I hear you. And let me say, John F. Kennedy years ago said, being a good leader is making a decision between bad and worst. And up until this point, I never really understood what he meant. But now, we had a cleaning contract that would have covered most of that, and we could have added a few. All hell broke loose in this building from elected officials saying, it's too much. You're cutting me, and we need to cut that cleaning service. So we have burned up, I don't know how much time talking about how we can cut something that I agree we need.
It's
But
a pandemic.
we're
This is a
trying,
health crisis, and we're talking about
we
cleaning.
are trying
so
to figure
kind of
out how to
ironic.
cut every corner that there is, but cutting on the cleaning, I agree with you guys. It's not a good idea to do, but you guys know what I'm talking about. We didn't, as commissioners, and I'm not defending, well, I guess I am defending my position. I feel like I'm damned if I do and damned if I don't around this place. We get accused of, being mean and not caring about the people. That's not true. That's not me. People that know me know better than that. But we do have a major budget problem. And where do you cut? Everything is important to somebody. So that was the essence of that.
I got a recommendation if I could.
Okay.
We basically gave Tracy and Jerry Becker the power leeway, since Jerry's doing so much with that, to figure out our policy when it comes to reopening. Because he's up to date and always currently getting up to date. So I feel if you guys and Jerry and Tracy sat down with all your heads put together and see, number one, what do we need to do to comply? Number two is, with what we've got going on, what are gonna be the hidden costs we don't know about? And we may have to jump in and do that. I say we gotta make this work, obviously, and I think with everybody doing that, they can give us a good recommendation or do it. I mean, it has to be done, and I think that's the proper protocol.
It must include the health department. So no one's mentioned the health department other than me telling you that it's in this.
I seen it in there, and
right.
I'm sure,
So we've got to include them, and I'm hoping that those dialogues are already happening with the county and the health department, because that's who should be guiding us through this.
do we have a meeting today?
And so that is what's going to help us, the courts, because we have to turn all of this into the state Supreme Court
When
and
we're,
receive approval for all of these.
when we're done
plans.
today, I will have the health department contact which one of you.
Either one of us. I think
okay.
we're both free, and then we'll communicate with one another and set up that meeting.
And I think it would be
But that's
helpful
ideal.
for us, because, is the county and the courts, is the plan to reopen the building to the public June 1 then? Is there?
No, we have not heard any directive from the governor like I say, I get so many emails from different organizations saying you must do this. Every day, there is some teleconference going on someplace and telling us how to respond to all this. I'm struggling to keep a business going in my own life. That's why I'm not running again. And I think, how much time, what should I know? I depend on Tracy and depend on other people to do this, depend on you guys to figure this thing out.
What I mean though is.
And
assuming-
there is nothing but saying when we open.
What we had discussed was, not to interrupt, was that we felt we really need to follow whatever the state was gonna do, because if we took upon ourselves to pick a date, and if we get challenged, then they might say, okay, we were gonna give you some money to offset the cost of all this, we could really shoot ourselves in the foot, plus liability. It's kinda like, I don't think, unless somebody come up with something different, we pretty much gotta stay lockstep with whatever the state says. And
since you won't meet again until after the governor's stay-at-home order, should the determination be made today that if the stay-at-home, which is set to expire like Gladwin, is set to reopen the building on June 1. So because this board will not meet again before the stay-at-home order is, what are we to do?
Josh, I think this is what we need to do. Let's first see what the governor's gonna do, because there may be different parameters that she throws out there. Open it up, but this is what you need to do. So we don't have to wait to our next board meeting. We can call a special meeting. We have had 2 of them in the last week and a half.
I thought we gave Tracy and Jerry power to adapt and roll with that to when we're open, so we don't have to have a special meeting. We're there ready to go because it's adapting.
Okay, that's good.
That's what I was saying earlier.
Unfortunately, we only get about a day or 2 notice from the governor when everything changes, and so that's unfortunate. And so it leaves everyone scrambling. So if we don't get something until May 26th, what the problem for the courts is, we have to give at least 7 to 9 days notice for all hearings. So if we don't hear something until the 28th or 29th, we sit idle for another couple of weeks. If we know now that Ms. Byard or someone has direct authority from this board to reopen the building, absent some extension of the stay-at-home order, then we can plan accordingly and start sending out notices now for hearings after that date.
That's our understanding, right?
Okay, and that helps.
We have been sending out notices.
The problem is, we keep resending them because every time it got extended, we had to keep moving hearings back.
well, there's 2 big factors here, and it affects decisions that we've made, this board has made. One is, and we kind of briefly touched on it earlier, was we pretty much eliminated courthouse security. So we mentioned that, if we open, is somebody gonna have to be a door monitor and say, okay, there's too many people in here, make sure you're masked. So that's something that has to be addressed, an important decision, because we're gonna have to reenact something, make another motion, change something, figure out the guidelines, how are we gonna pay for it? And then, like you say, the cleaning. So I'm looking at, for us, the 2 big hurdles that we have to cover is the cleaning, and if it ultimately, at the end of the day, we have to have somebody standing at that door, we gotta figure that out. How are we gonna cover the cleaning for you guys, and how are we gonna police it? And it appears that those 2 items we've already been kind of dealing with, but we may have to totally revisit those to some extent. I'm not saying 100% courthouse security, but again, maybe we have to have a hall monitor, somebody at that door. Everybody comes through that door, they're the ones that is gatekeeper, who gets in, who doesn't, wearing a mask, and then, like I said, the cleaning.
Has there been a determination made that when the building opens, what the requirements for entry into the building are going to be?
That's why I say we just briefly brushed on that.
That would help us, because if we know, I think it will have a domino effect. If we know that the county is taking action to have a screener at the door that a lot of businesses in the community now have, where they ask the 3 to 4 questions about the fever, the temperature, the travel, exposure. Those are supposed to be done daily for employees and for visitors to the building. If there's a screener at the front door, that certainly, I believe, will cut down on the workload of all of the departments to ask the same questions again. And then if we know that this board is saying people can enter the building with or without masks, can they enter without being screened? That's going to be helpful, I think, at least for my perspective, the courts. I think it will be for the rest of the departments. Because these people come in and they travel to 2 or 3 different offices sometimes. And why waste everyone's time screening them in 3 different spots if we can do it at the entry point? But
Yeah, but without, I couldn't in the beginning even envision doing it without having some sort of a hall monitor security, because how do you keep people, for one thing, how do you keep 100 people from coming in here all at one time?
Right.
Without that? How do you keep social distancing? Who's gonna police the mask? Even if departments have the bulletproof glass and they can but you could, without having somebody monitoring, you could have the halls just full. I mean, years ago when I worked here, yeah, you get on through there, there's people on top of people.
Yeah.
Somehow we gotta control that, to.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's like you're saying, I think distancing between people is going to be key for us. And so even if we have some type of separation for that hallway so that we can monitor how many people are coming in. But I think we're all being very careful about our dockets and the number of people that we're scheduling to come in. But once we're open, like I said, I think we can kind of control our flow. But just the nature of other proceedings, they come with 10 people. The proceeding itself involves 10 people, so.
I mean, I hate for it to become a major issue, but if the person at the door that's like the hall monitor has to say, you need to show me that you have an appointment at such and such a time, we're not gonna let you show up here at 7 in the morning for a 10 o'clock or a noon, hearing or a meeting. That, I mean, I'm just spitballing here, because somehow we gotta be able to let the people in that need to get in and not just say, well, there's already 20 people walked in the building, I'm sorry, you have an appointment, but we're already overloaded. How do we make sure that we're scheduling and saying, yeah, we just let 10 people in the building and we know we got 10 more coming somehow we gotta make sure that it's gonna be a logistical nightmare and somehow we gotta figure it out. I guess is all I'm getting at. How we do this without having a hall monitor, I don't know how we would do it.
And I appreciate the complexity of the issue. Believe me, I know things change due to the large number of Supreme Court directives we've received, the executive orders. I get all of that. My primary motivation coming down today was that I knew this was likely to be the last board meeting before possible reopening. And so if there's more clarity from this board, it will assist us in the courts to come up with a plan accordingly. And so if the board, I would certainly ask the board to consider it today, make some determination on, absent something from the governor, will the building reopen on, say, June 1st? If so, is there a plan to adopt screening and mask protection upon entry? Yes or no, it doesn't matter. At least we'll have a decision, then we can plan accordingly for our visitors. And then the cleaning would be the last component. I recognize that, the board may have said that each department just clean their own space, but I foresee some issues there, at least from court employees. I don't know that I can tell you, I can't ask my employees to do that. Judge Klaus may, but I can't ask them to perform deep cleaning, mopping, wiping all of these things down. I would be enhancing their exposure and not minimizing it. I think that'd be direct contradiction to the guidelines. And likely, I anticipate probably a union complaint.
I have an email from Jenny that asked if we could postpone changing the cleaning contract until some of this COVID has passed.
One question on that. We had a 1-month window to get out of that contract or revise it. If we wait for a couple of months, does that mean we're gonna be stuck with the contract we signed?
No, you have, as long as you provide them a 30-day notice.
Oh, 30
You
days
can
notice.
get it, yeah, you can get out of it at any time.
Are we getting a reduction from them not having to clean right now? Or are we paying the full amount whether the doors are open or not? I mean, that's a fair question to ask. I mean, they're not spending any time or very minimal. There's no materials being used.
That's fine.
Contract's a contract, but I guess if they wanna work with us and say, hey guys, you're gonna have to cut us some slack on the bill because you're not having to work as much, and I mean, that's, I guess, something we maybe weren't really thinking about, but.
Normal check amount was just approved by the finance company or committee.
It was.
Right.
The full still doesn't mean we can't ask them for, say, okay, maybe next month they work for nothing because we already paid them a month in advance. I don't know, I'm just asking for some.
I think that is a good recommendation though, to prolong that for at least 2 months before we kick into that, because the COVID's a serious thing. We're just starting to open back up, so I think that's a good idea.
But you have a motion
I know.
with regards to the
Two of them, one this meeting and one at a prior meeting to cancel that contract. So I'm looking up the prior meeting motion in case you want to rescind it.
And then I will get with her on the,
Well, it has to be brought up by people making the motion if we wanted to do anything any different.
Sure about that?
Well, I would say so.
It's not what we've done in the past.
Well, doesn't make it right in the past.
you asked about the health department and Jerry Becker said that he's been in contact with them every day.
Okay, good. And I suspected Jerry had, and that's why I think for us, putting our plan together, that has to be coordination between, one, the county, as to what's going to happen with the building, and then two, the health department, because as you'll see, I think Judge Klaus referenced on page 7 of the guidelines, we have to take into account population of the community, population density, population over 60, ICU beds, local hospitals, number of confirmed cases of COVID within the community. That sets our guidelines for reopening, and so we can certainly communicate with Jerry and health department.
You got a lot of valid points there, what you judges, you know, we're all in the dark here.
Yeah, I know.
We don't, one day to the next, we don't know where we're going.
Yeah.
We feel the same way.
Yeah, I know you do, yeah.
And it's tough on you guys, it's tough on us, and that's why I felt, personally, that's why I felt coming down, having an open discussion so that we can somewhat plan. In Gladwin, for instance, we have at least a pretty good idea that the building, absent some extension of the stay-at-home order, that the building will be reopened June 1st. So because of that, our next move is, I contacted the county clerk yesterday, she was speaking with one of the board members, they were gonna bring it up at committee of the whole today about the exact plan. And it's the same thing I'm discussing with you today is, will we have an individual at the door that says, sir, ma'am, you cannot enter this building without a mask. If you do, here are the requirements, here are the questions we have to ask. I think it would be much easier if the county and court adopt something where somebody's at the entry point, rather than having to ask those same questions every time they enter a different office. Because if I come in and do a couple of things here, it can seem burdensome, but again, I know that takes personnel, and so I'm open to suggestions, but I'm just trying to plan accordingly for our courts.
Well, I think if we put somebody back out here for now, they have to be behind glass too.
I
So
agree.
there's gonna have to be some renovations made. Gladwin is officially said, I'm gonna miss that. Are they gonna open the 1st of June?
The word I've received from Sharon Smith is June 1, and I heard that,
No.
I was told that by court security again yesterday.
Do they know something we don't?
I don't think so. My basic assumption is that the stay-at-home order expires on May 28th. The word that I had received when I spoke to Sharon Smith was that it didn't make a lot of sense, and I'm paraphrasing what she said to me, but it does make a lot of sense to just have the whole building reopen on a Friday. So I think that's where the June 1st date came in. The 28th, I think, if I'm not mistaken, falls on a Thursday.
Yes.
And so I think that's where that June 1st date came up. So based on that information, it's allowed my staff and I to sit down and say, okay, we know at least 6-7 days in advance we can resend out notices. We know next week we'll be marking our hallways with directional arrows to maintain a flow of traffic for check-in and people coming into the courtrooms, posting colored pictures on the walls that at least reminds folks of social distancing. They may follow it, they may not, at least we're taking a proactive approach. And I think for the safety of our employees, my plan was to try and have a check-in station right outside the door, because in our lobby, I don't think we can maintain the 6 feet. So I thought having a check-in station where a person waits there to check in, our staff through the window will call for the next person after the last person exits. I hope in both counties to have a flow of traffic that allows folks to go down one side of the hallway if they're going in one direction, come back the other, so that they can maintain a width of about 6 feet. Those are just some of the small steps we're taking. We've worked with Mr. Garshow and Ms. Byard and, you know, the rest of the folks just to let people know we can't put any more than 10 people in the courtroom at one time. Judge Klaus is less. The 10 includes employees. So today I was already at 8, and I think I didn't even have any visitors yet. So we'll maintain that. We're going to spread out our dockets. We're not going to be able to put a docket of 50 or 60 or 70 cases a day together for a while. So we're just planning accordingly.
Well, Tracy, why don't you get with Jerry, get with Dave, and start putting a plan together? Eventually, we're gonna reopen, whether it's June 1st or whatever. And I don't believe the governor's just gonna say, open the doors and have at it.
She's
So
using the Upper Peninsula and Traverse City, the northern area, as a test case. She said that, I've heard her say it. If that thing explodes up there, you know, down here, we're not gonna reopen on June 1st or May 28th.
Well, you know,
She's
she
watching
said
that.
the other night that don't be surprised if there aren't extensions to some areas.
Yeah.
Now, see, Clare County is real low on the cases, whether, like these guys said, because we're not testing, is there more here that we don't know?
Right.
But we are also lumped with the second hot spot in Michigan, which is the Grand Rapids area, the Kalamazoo area. They're part of our district. So, trust me, the business community out there is hopping mad because they think Clare County should have been with Misaki and them, and they should have been open. We don't have this problem here, but the regions are set by the governor and her staff there. So, well, with that hot spot continuing down there in the Kalamazoo type area, are we going to be another 15 days? Don't bet on us not. So, or is she going to say, hey, you know, like Leonard said, the Kalamazoo or the Traverse City area is a test case. Two of the biggest problems in northern Michigan is Traverse City and Gaylord. Those are the two problems. They have many more cases than we do.
But they're both reopened.
So, and this is making the people that, you know, you get on Facebook, I can't believe that people think this is a hoax. It's not a hoax. You know, when you see people with masks and you see people, the older people, if you're not scared, you need to put your head under your wing because this is real. Have the numbers been faked or fudged or whatever? I can't say that. But I'm worried about myself, my wife, and we will take care of, we'll protect ourselves. And I think anybody that thinks that this isn't serious needs to take a look at the numbers of people that have been sick.
But I think Mr. Kleiner, what you said is important, and that's why I started off with the fact that I don't care what they do in Lansing or Washington or whatever. I think at the end of the day that whatever the regionalization plan is, that if the stay-at-home order is not extended past the 28th, then we, as the courts who enforce the laws of the state and the board, we have to lead by example. And so if the stay-at-home is not extended, then I think we need to have a uniform plan for this building for the protection of the employee, protection of the people that enter the building. We can't control what people do a block down the street at that business or at that house, but we can certainly control what happens in this building. And so,
Okay, so you're gonna work with Tracy and Jerry, and who else do we need to involve? Lori, do we need to involve some of the other
The health
people in this plan?
And Mr. Haskell, Commissioner Haskell was nice enough to give me
Okay.
contact
I
information,
mean,
which we
you
have,
know,
so.
maybe we need to have a little bit of a group deal on how we're gonna do this, because eventually we're gonna open up. And I can't believe we're gonna open up, just open the doors and say, go for it.
Being extremely quiet.
Jerry did email me and say that he will keep the health department in the dialogue.
Well, I don't want anybody to think we're leaving them out that work in the building, you know, that's got some ideas on a plan. That's the only thing.
Well, it's set forth very clearly. If we do this systematically, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. So it's already been set out for us. And I think we can use that and adapt it to our individual county very easily. And so once I think we should get together, if not this week, and certainly early next week, and put that in play. So we're kind of planning on reopening beginning of June.
Okay.
That's what I anticipate from webinars and information reports we're receiving.
That's our plan. If the order is not extended, we're operating at limited staff right now because of our spacing, but absent some extension, our plan will be to enhance our court services getting that Monday after the 28th. That's our goal anyway, so we would like to be able to do that.
We've got full dockets. We're ready to go. We've been going the whole time. So it hasn't stopped for us, but we're doing it electronically. And like I said, we'll continue to try to do that as much as possible. With plans in place for our courts. We appreciate you.
Mr. Fitzpatrick had said one comment. So that I understand, just in preparation, you said court security. Has all court security been eliminated or only at the general areas? I wanted to be able to speak to the other judges so that we can prepare as far as in the actual courtrooms.
You have your bailiffs.
The bailiffs and all them are still gonna be.
Okay, fair enough.
But no courthouse security, so that's where we go back to who's gonna be the hall monitor.
Okay.
Are we gonna have to revisit that to put somebody here to monitor the doors, if that's the plan?
I'd love to speak with, the folks that we just mentioned about possibly, I mean, my preference, and I'm just speaking personally, would be to have somebody screening, or have somebody at the common entry point. And again, I'm not trying to speak for other departments. For myself, I just think having somebody at the common entry point is the best method, but whether or not we can accomplish it or not, I don't know.
Just seems like the most efficient.
Yeah.
If one person can handle it and control the flow in and out, make sure they're wearing masks and do that preliminary stuff. And maybe keep an idea on how many people are in the building and say, well, wait a second,
we're overloaded.
Your meeting isn't until 10 o'clock and it's 8 o'clock. You can't just come in here and loiter till then. You trying to help police it a little bit. And
we may have to stop the lumberyard and get supplies. We may have to build a little, station with plexiglass, something, or put a desk there. I understand that a lot of businesses are doing that, but.
I should have bought stock in plexiglass. I should have, because man, it's everywhere.
Clear shower curtains are a cheap alternative.
Yep.
Odd, but
Okay.
Well, thank you guys for your
Anything
time.
else?
No,
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you. Have a good day.
trade that carpet back in.
Yeah, have a good holiday, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
See ya. Okay,
What did we decide about the cleaning contract?
well, if it's gonna be changed, it has to be changed, but people have made the motion.
Can we just leave it as is, but then maybe add a little bit to it for the next couple of months for an emergency fund? So once the couple of months is over with, we can go back to what we tried to do.
That's a good idea, because if you're rescinding the motion of May 5th, you're rescinding the whole motion, which was a lot. That was just a little piece of that entire
Could we
motion.
make a motion that's kind of worded that we make a motion to continue cleaning services through the end of July per COVID-19 requirements, that type of thing, and maybe,
You can rescind the one that was made today, because the one that was made on the 5th said, to modify the schedule for cleaning hallways and bathrooms. So you're saying you're modifying it. So that one could stay in place if you rescind today's, that you outlined exactly what was being done. And then changed it to however you want to change it. That would be an option.
I'm looking for ideas on how to make this simple. but-
I would rescind the one that you did today. I will get with her about reducing the next invoice because of the,
Reduce amount of cleaning.
yes, and see, you know, and then I would just keep it in place until the board feels that we need to, it's a comfortable time to reduce it.
Who made the motion second?
The one today,
Dale.
Dale and David.
So you wouldn't need to do anything other than rescind today's motion.
But your May 5th said to modify the contract. You're saying don't modify it, right? You're saying continue with the way it is, but the motion that was made on May 5th said to modify it. Just
So
so you
what
have a
if we
clear
did it
understanding.
this way? We make it so that the motion we did today takes effect after the COVID crisis. Yes, then that would still be modified. What do you guys think?
What's the definition of COVID's over? I mean, I'm just playing devil advocate here, that, cause that seems to be a big.
Let's say July 1st.
Stay at home order
Yeah. That'll work.
or the compliance with this. You have to comply with this no matter what.
Yeah. I guess that would probably be, that would keep it open-ended as long as this document's enforced, you know?
Right, because we're gonna have to keep, things are gonna have to be cleaned according to that thing.
And from what they've just told us, it looks like the, court side of thing is gonna dictate what we have to do for the rest of the building. Because they're gonna be the most restrictive for.
On the Capitol lawn.
Right now?
What's going on?
Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow, protests.
Okay,
Rear cut.
well, you wanna change it? You wanna leave it? What are we gonna do? We continue on and see, we'll modify it, or what are we gonna do? You wanna go for the,
I say we continue on and let's see where we're at in a week.
part of it, we're gonna have to find out what you find out with Jerry and the courts.
Right.
Yeah.
Because we may not be able to do what we motioned because of the
Well,
courts.
maybe we can, if we do have to go in because they can't clean their own office, we modify what this does and drop something off that list that they do to do that for the same price.
Okay, leave it alone then. All right, move on to the next, where'd Jeffrey go?
You went to the bathroom.
Okay, we're to the cell phone policy. We're spending $17,976 on cell phones. And, that's 800 or 18,000.
I thought mid was supposed to pick up for that officer. We're supposed to pick up the total cost of that officer. Why are we paying a stipend for the cell phone?
Well,
That comes out of the, 327 budget. It's in the general fund, but they paid for that.
So they reimbursed us?
Yeah, it's part of the contract. They pay for, it comes to the revenues, but it's paid out of the general fund. Cause it's part of that contract. It'd be no different than, if you had an employee that was working in Lincoln or one of the other townships and we had a contract with them, it's part of their budget.
well, the question, I guess, is there anything that we can do to cut that cost? That's the question.
One of the things that Mark and I were talking about it that I mentioned was that, the stipends are all over the place, so I don't know if you wanna.
Well, can we go back to the beginning of where this all started? I know we talked about it a little bit, but there had to have been motions set in place to get this cell phone thing going. And we really don't know at this point who was approved to have a phone, not have a phone, who was approved to get a stipend, not get a stipend. And were you able to get idea of the minutes used, how much we're paying for? I mean, it might be unlimited, but I guess the thing that I'm looking at here is, are we supplying phones that are primarily being used for personal use and very little for county use? I like the idea of going back to more of just a stipend across the board, and then that way we can control the cost a lot easier. And because look at the cost of these phones. We got some phones at $86, others, there's one at $98. There's some at 61, some at 50.
207. Yeah, I was gonna say.
The 205, I believe there's got to be a bunch or several phones on that.
It just tells about like the kilobit usage because they're unlimited.
But that's on data.
Yep. And then you've got picture and videos, sent, received, text. I have them for everybody.
What is special about the public guardian phone reimbursement amount? To Jamie Raymond for $207?
That is,
what is that?
that is home and cell, that covers all of it.
It covers.
And we pay,
home phone?
yeah, her, yes, for her, her business phone. Cause she has I believe she has a business phone at, her home office.
And the county covers the cost of that?
Yep, under the public guardian. I don't know all of the public guardian and how that all works, but I can check with Daryl and find out.
I've been not a public guardian, but I've been a private guardian. And you get calls every hour of the night, and when they fall out of bed, they gotta call you and tell you, bang their head. I'm just saying what I know.
Well, the question is there any way we can cut those costs, or, when everybody talks about cutting costs, we have to look at we have to turn every stone there is. Take a look at them.
Anything be harder than cutting costs, man. Now, we knocked out, we took off, courthouse security. Now if we're gonna open the court, we gotta monitor people coming in, we're gonna pay to go back to something like that. I mean, it just almost seems impossible.
Damned if you do.
Yeah.
Bad choice or a worse choice?
Yep.
Well, the next budget, the chickens are gonna come home to roost, folks.
What I remember, and this is based on experience working other places and dealing with people with cell phones, is that the whole thing with cell phones originally started out, you buy your plan, you had your phone, you have X number of minutes there, and if you were my boss and you called me on my cell phone, you were eating up the minutes that I paid for. And so I'd start squawking, saying, you're costing me money. You want to talk to me just because you can get me when I'm out in the yard mowing the lawn. You call my landline, or you don't call me at all or pay for my phone. But I worry that we've kind of flipped that around, the reverse of that a lot of these phones may be being used more for personal use than business use. Where if you just do a stipend, say, okay, we'll cover part of your bill, but you come up with your own phone and your own plan, whatever you want to do, and we will reimburse you for a small percentage of what is used. I just think that's the most manageable, because otherwise this just gets out of control.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
So in the original part of the phones for the sheriff's office was that we use them for work. We use them to send pictures of crime scenes to and from computer devices, whatever devices. Almost everybody on that list has a personal phone, yet they're issued a county phone for county use for investigations, for bad guys to call them, or their snitches to call them, or whoever to call them. They don't use that more or less for just personal use. And that's why that was done. They didn't want to end up, and Michelle, if she can hear me, they didn't want to end up with their personal phones becoming evidence and not having a phone. And that was the big reason why we went to issuing department issued phones. And as far as the plan is, I actually am the administrator on our plan there. It's shared minutes. It's an abundance of minutes. Nobody gets charged over for kilobytes or unlimited data and stuff like that. I work with our Verizon rep all the time. So I hope that answers some of your questions. And I know, you know, if we end up going back to where you're paying a stipend, people aren't going to use their phone for this because they don't want to lose it as evidence.
Makes good sense.
Well, it makes logical sense.
And as far as like anything on there like Claire Police, they reimburse us all. All that stuff is reimbursed. Anybody that doesn't work directly for the county, that money gets reimbursed. But it was better to put them on our plan that we manage one plan, and it gave us a. Sorry about that.
All right. Okay, then, you guys want to leave it the way it is?
Hey, John, can you clarify why there's so much cost difference from phone to phone? I mean, we've got some on here that are nearly 100, 80, 50.
I think the one like Dwayne's would be, he might be the main phone, and the main phone always costs more. And anything that's above, we might put on there where they can use it as a Wi-Fi hotspot, which we've used, and we can look at maybe cutting back on some of that. But some of that is like if we get out on a scene or something where we have internet and we can use it as a Wi-Fi to hook into. That's what I'm assuming that is.
Okay, so you're thinking something like that with, I see the spare detective one is 9821.
Yeah, I seen that. I didn't notice that one. Now that it's on this list, I'm gonna have to look into that one. And that should have been issued to Figure if it hasn't been, but it will be. But it shouldn't be that high. That's something I got to check into.
Okay, so everybody on this list, though, if we looked at it from your logic, you just said that they really truly need them and use them, you know, out there on patrol, that's fine. But, you know, I'm looking at some of these other people. I don't know. You'd have to look at them. There's some office people on here. You got mechanic on here. You got other people on here. Is it really? I mean, we're scrounging for every dime. Is it really worth paying that much and providing them with a phone versus just a stipend and they have their own phone?
Well, that's something I can check into. But like Tag and Tomaski, they use those phones for all the business they do here. You know, Tag's on it all day. Tomaski's calling whoever for building repairs and such like that. I mean, if that's something you want to look at and just saying, well, we'll give them a stipend, that's up to you.
Okay. Well, I just look at, you know, when we get to like the courthouse side of things here, pretty much everybody's got just a stipend. So, you know, you make a valid point with the officers. It's one of them necessary evils in the society we live in now that we have cell phones. So now that we have them and the costs that go along with it. But yeah, it is a $17,000 bill, and from what I've been able to gather, it was never, I don't think anybody fathomed it would become that. At least, I mean, Jack and Leonard, you guys have been around here a long time. You probably don't ever remember it, ever thinking it was going to amount to that kind of money when this all started.
Yeah, I didn't know what it was. Didn't even know what it was even recently.
Well, I remember some discussion when I first come on, some of the commissioners were on the part of the cell plan, and they would reimburse the town for that. Remember that, Tracy?
Yeah, it must be a while ago.
And anyway, we kind of felt that maybe that was a bad idea, having people that weren't, you know, that needed it for their day-to-day operations. Now, you know, I have my own cell phone and I use it in my other job there. And when I've had my phone FOIA twice for all the records, even though, and I refuse to give it because nobody pays me anything for this phone. And because people from the county call me on it, I just think my attorneys have said, make them get a court order to get that from you. So that's part of the danger when you have your own phone and you're back and forth. But, when you have that phone that's anything to do with the county, your phone records are subject. When the county's paying, your phone records are subject to.
Well, and that's why I look at it and say, okay, if I take 2 or 3 or 4 phone calls a month or whatever for county business, I would be any different than anybody else on the list that's.
The question that, I had a county issued phone for years. And then the next thing you know, someone would call and they'd want to order corn or something. And they would say, how do I get a hold of Jack Kleinheim? So I started to get personal calls. Well, if the taxpayers of this county think that you're using a phone that they're paying for, they're gonna be hopping mad. And so I just said, here's your phone, I don't need that anymore.
Well, exactly. I mean, how do you separate that?
Well,
when I was a building inspector, 50 to 75% of my time was outside of the building. And it was offered to me to have a phone. It was like, okay, yeah, I mean, there's a situation where in a given day, over 50% of the calls in any given day, yeah, was there personal stuff? Yes, but over 50% of them I could tie to my job here versus somebody that maybe works in this building that only, their job doesn't take them out of the building, but yet either get a stipend or they get a phone or, that's why I was kind of looking at, I know it takes a little bit of digging, but to go back and see the original intent of the motions of why we decided to start issuing and allowing phones, and just making sure that we're still following those guidelines as a starting point.
Well, it's like somebody said to me when I first come on the board, the actions that you do and the things you do, can you justify that to your neighbor or the papers that they call, that everything you're doing, I don't want anybody to think that I get any special privileges that the taxpayers don't get, especially today. Because if they think that the county's subsidizing anything they use, they're gonna be hot about it. So anyway. Okay.
Mark,
we
that,
take a look at
the one that you had questioned about was prorated for a month and a half because we had it turned on when we opened that position up.
Oh, the spare detective?
Yep, Kim just come in and told me that because I didn't look at the bill. She told me that's what it was, so.
Okay, makes sense.
Okay, anything else on that?
So we pretty much decided we can't make any cuts to the $17,000 phone.
Well, John's gonna look at some things.
Okay, I'm just,
He's gonna,
everybody here at the table, we're saying we're okay with this.
we're gonna keep an eye on it. Tracy's gonna keep, you got them, who's been using them and that, right?
Yeah, she's got the bills here, the amount of.
Okay, I think we all ought to get a copy of that when you're done, okay?
You got it.
I got it?
Yep. I laid it on everybody's desk today.
Not this copy though.
Not that
Oh,
one.
not that one.
Yeah.
No, that's the actual bill from April, I believe.
It's like this stick, I don't know if you want that.
All right, the last thing here is we got a letter of understanding on, about if they take an early retirement. Will we pay for 2 years?
Yeah, that was a request by.
A request that an employee wanted. Did we ever clarify exactly what we were going to do if somebody took that?
Yeah,
Well,
we said 1 year.
1 year?
Yeah, that's what we said at the meeting.
Okay.
And then you asked me to get with 44 North to see if it was, if we were able to allow employees to purchase the second year on our plan, and she said, we can make it look any way you want it. So,
But they would have to purchase the second year.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
If, yeah. I mean, the board can offer or provide them a second year, but, that was the question was on
Okay.
that.
Was it just the one person wanted email? What was her name?
Cindy,
How much would we save if we accepted the offer?
$63,172.70 over a 2-year period.
Right, I look at it this way. It's the taxpayers' dollars we're spending to pay for that. There's people out there that don't have health care. Now, we're extending, I feel, an olive branch to somebody to retire early and cover their health care benefits. I think that that's something that the board is offering to an employee. We can't do it for 2 years, I feel, just because it's not right for the taxpayer to pay for somebody's health care for 2 years when maybe they don't even have health care.
What would the savings be even? Like, what would be the savings be? You say your employee?
Yes,
61,000?
63,000
For the 2 years.
for the 2 years.
Yeah.
If you,
I mean, that's your wage, you mean, you'd save?
yes, so you'd only be paying her health insurance.
Right. That's what
So out of her wages, you would save $63,172.
And we'd have to deduct the healthcare out
No,
of that,
that-
but that's it, that's the final.
Right. If you,
Is
You
that
wouldn't
with,
be replacing.
I would not replace her. I
would
not
that
ask
be
to
with
replace her.
retirement, life insurance?
No,
Any of that stuff?
it didn't include all of
Okay.
those, so it'd be high, the savings would be higher than
Okay.
that. That was just her wage. The
All right.
saving would be high. The only thing I deducted out was the, health insurance.
Okay.
Say you went the other way and said, no, you're not gonna let her retire. She's at the top of the scale. You tell me I have to terminate someone at the low end of the scale and pay her unemployment, which you'll have to reimburse because that's not COVID related. You're going to lose an additional $14,000 doing that versus letting her retire early and keeping health insurance for 2 years.
So
So
the
you're-
second year, what's the cost of health insurance on year 2?
Tracy had told me $8,500.
They would lock that in, I mean, we'd know what, that's not something that could just, that'd be my first.
I can't tell you for sure that that's exactly what it's going to be because we haven't seen our rates yet, but
So what we're saying
we're
is,
looking at
it's a
that's
projected,
estimate. Yep.
that's a, okay, just so we're clear there, it is a
Yeah.
projected number. So
And if
somebody
she
come back,
didn't allow her to retire, you're gonna pay it anyway.
right, well, I just want to be, again, just trying to be clear that,
Plus, on top of that, there's actually gonna be more savings because there's other things that we're paying that are not included in that, as far as benefits.
That's a chunk of money there.
And I have actually
Huge
had,
savings.
others ask me about that as well.
The only thing is I want to see something in writing that they won't be replaced.
I'll put it in writing.
Okay.
I'm trying to help with the budget and.
Those
and
people,
be a
if
team
they
player.
put it in writing that they're not gonna someday down the road want that replaced, it's a good deal.
I agree. It's
But,
savings,
but we gotta be careful that something doesn't get created to, in
we offer to
times
one, we gotta offer
change.
to everybody.
right, and I don't know if you'd want to say that they'd never be able to replace them, because there could be things change that you have to replace that person, and those are extenuating circumstances, and then those individuals have to come before the board and say, yeah, at the time, we get rid of them, but I think with any type of spending, that's the burden upon somebody to make the case, you
Well,
know.
Mark, maybe an absolute during that 2-year period.
Well, that's
Sure,
true,
you
yeah,
would-
right.
It'd have to.
I have
be to
no
make it
intention of
work.
asking to
Right.
replace her even after the 2 years, but absolutely for the 2
I wouldn't
years.
want to lock anybody
Right.
in, you know.
when you've been here as long as
I know,
have,
I know.
you're gonna hear some compelling arguments why I've gotta have some.
I know, I totally understand.
Okay,
Happens every budget year.
yep. All right,
So
you wanna offer a tour?
No,
You wanna offer a tour then?
Letter of understanding.
That's from today.
It's up to you guys.
I got it right here.
I've stated my case.
Like Jeff said now, is it, we're gonna handle them all on an individual basis, or?
You offer it to one person, you better offer it for another.
Well, you're gonna have to offer it.
You can't do it individually.
And it just increases the savings.
Okay, so if we, here's a thought, if we decide this is a good savings, then this is offer is on the table for X number of days, and then we can look at it collectively if we had multiple people. Cause then what you're saying is we need to collectively look at the savings, cause if there was really good savings in one place, there might be another situation where there's very little, and we'd have to weigh that.
I think it all, Lori said
you've
she'll
already-
sign it and say, I'm not gonna replace it.
No, I'm just saying.
I think that has to be part of the protocol, that you can't replace it for 2
But
years.
all
and then
I'm
you
saying is
save
with the math.
$63,000. I think that's a no-brainer.
Should be another department might have an employee that wants to retire, but we wouldn't have a similar savings.
Well, you guys
Right,
gave,
that's all I'm
you guys
saying.
gave a May 8th deadline to submit the request. Did you get any more requests? Is mine the only
No.
one? To keep prolonging it.
Well, the only reason I was saying that is because it was mentioned to only give 1 year, and now if we're considering a 2-year, then
Then
we've
you have to
changed the.
extend it.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the only, I'd want to be fair to everybody that they would be given the same opportunity. And then again, if you had 2 or 3 more people jump on the bandwagon and you averaged out the savings across them, you might say, no, it's not worth the savings, but it would be for one. So now we're caught in that dilemma. Do you only let the one do it, not the others? So,
If I remember the last motion correctly, it was at the discretion of the department head that the person was giving the thing from.
That is going to be the second issue, maybe not just right now, but are we gonna are you putting a 30-day notice out there, or are you gonna extend it? What happens if some vital person in one of the departments that's ready to retire says, I wanna go, and the department can't operate without them, without hiring somebody?
Then they don't retire. I had the same situation. I have 2 people that want to retire. I told them both, I can't lose you both and not replace you both. So it's gonna go by seniority.
So,
1 person I can go without, 2 I cannot.
so the top
So,
seniority
The top
gets
seniority,
to go?
Yeah.
Well, if you can make it go without the
What would that
legal
savings
challenge.
look like if you did replace on the lower, because they'd be starting on the lower end of the scale?
You know, that's me.
well, I wouldn't, we already have someone on the lower end of the scale. I guess I don't
No,
understand.
what I'm saying is if you had 2 people leave.
Oh, I see, and
You
replace
replaced
one.
one at the lower end
Oh,
of
I
the
didn't-
scale,
I
what
didn't
would that look
figure-
like?
I didn't figure that. I don't think it was as much as you would be paying in health
Yeah.
insurance, though. We could look at that, but.
Yeah, okay, anyway. So are we doing that or what?
I think $63,000 sounds.
I say yes, I don't think we can stop it, but I don't wanna create an issue for everybody either.
Well, we've been knocking our heads all day, trying to save some money. That's the
That's
biggest savings we've.
$30,000 a year, right, without doing
Another
nothing.
deal, I don't know, 1 year, we're going against what we proposed. I mean, this is the only one.
Plus, it helps Lori out also.
I'll make the motion, we let it go. 2 years.
I'll second it.
Jeff seconds.
So,
Okay, moved by Dale, seconded by, which one of you guys?
I did.
Jeff, to allow the early retirement and 2 years insurance pay.
Of this specific person.
So you're not offering it to anybody else?
We just said we can't because.
Well, we can, but we gotta review it.
You're gonna,
Yeah,
you're
we
gonna
have to
have,
review
you're gonna
it.
have to offer it to anybody that wants it. You gotta be consistent,
Depending on, they're not gonna replace it.
everybody. That's my motion.
Okay.
I do believe there will be some challenges if you offer it to some and then tell others you can't do it.
You gotta be consistent.
And
The
how
department head that could make, would say, well, I can't lose you, you know.
right.
That's the deal
They can't
breaker right
replace
there
them.
But I also
That'd be
need
no deal.
a deadline.
for acceptance.
Yep, we need to know by
So
month.
for the acceptance of that employee to accept our.
2 weeks
2 weeks from today,
Yep.
For that employee?
for all, whoever wants to do it,
Okay.
2 weeks.
Maybe you could read that
So you want the 2-week thing in the motion, or you're just adding that after the
In the
motion?
motion.
In the motion.
Okay. The original motion was motion to let it go for 2 years. So you want to, we better probably rephrase that.
Provide health
For anyone that
insurance.
wants to take an early retirement, county's gonna pay for 2 years of your healthcare insurance.
But the
Approval contingent on you will not have that employee replaced for 2 years.
Department.
Yes.
and the person has to pay their own
I can't write
copay
that.
part of that too. So it's not 100% paid. So that's clear too. They have to pick up the same amount out of their pocket that they would have if they were.
Right.
But out of pocket stays the same,
Cost share.
the cost share, yes.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I was writing the other two parts. The last part was what the employee has to.
Pay their cost share.
They will be responsible for their own cost share.
That's what they're paying now.
I've been saying that wouldn't change if the plan changes, right? Or are we locking that in?
That'll be,
You get all kinds of variables.
Okay, let me do this back. Let me know if you want to change. Motion to provide health insurance for early retirement contingent on department head will not replace the employee. The employee must pay own cost share and acceptance confirmed to department head and administrator within 2 weeks from today. Is that what you want?
For
You
the
want to
period of
tweak
2
it?
years.
Pardon me?
For the period of 2 years.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I didn't put that in there, health insurance.
Insurance for 2 years and a replacement for at least 2 years.
So you can get that information out right away then? Okay,
I'm sorry,
you can
what?
get that information right out right away then, so people can see it?
Yes, I can send it out to department heads.
Read it back one more time.
Motion to provide health insurance for a period of 2 years for early retirement, contingent on that the department head will not replace that employee. The employee must pay own cost share, and acceptance must be confirmed to the department head and administrator within 2 weeks from today's date.
So the replacement on there, maybe I missed it, will not be replaced for the 2 years, for 2 years?
Do you want me to put 2 years? Or I just said do not replace.
But just say 2 years.
Yeah, I think,
I say put it for 2 years and then
After 2 years.
that's the
If you get
cost.
by without it, that's perfect. If we hire somebody that.
Any more discussion?
Dan, are you okay with all those changes?
Yeah.
Okay. David, you seconded it, you're okay too?
It was Jeff.
I mean, Jeff, sorry.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, roll call, please, Lori.
Majeski,
No,
Haskell,
Yes.
Copeland,
Yes.
Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Strauss,
yes.
Pitchford,
Yes.
Reinhardt.
No.
5-2.
Okay. We're adjourned, folks.
No, wait a second. He's probably got comments too, but I've got something else I gotta give you.
Public comment.
Carl Hauser says it's hard for them to hear him sometimes, so he wanted me to let you know that, please mention the VA recently released the dollar amounts returned to the Clare County veterans through disability compensation and pension payments, including survivor pensions. The total in FY18 was approximately 12.5 million and 19 was 14.1 million. That's an increase of $1.6 million paid out to veterans and survivors that didn't receive it before. This is my primary benchmark in how the office is doing through outreach and submitting claims for those who are eligible. Okay, I'm done.
David's got something for Glavine County we put on the agenda.
He's got comments from people too, I think.
You can do the comments first.
And then I've also got something from Daryl about, we pay 100% of Jamie's phone, because she only deals with Clare County residents. Jamie also recoups part of the money from either those who can pay or from the federal government off the top of his head. He said it's 50 to 60%. These are Clare County residents that have no one to watch out or care for them. I know in the past comments are made that she works full-time and also gets this in addition to the front of the court. This work is done after hours, weekends, and holidays, not during normal work hours. The bottom line is that this is a service that is provided to the most vulnerable population of the county. There is no DHHS shelter, house, etc. type agency to help them. Okay, I'm done.
All right, we have a fairly lengthy list of public comment here.
Hey, Jesse,
Yes.
let me do a quick public comment, then I gotta get out of here. Mark, this goes back to the beginning of the meeting, because you made some remark about that you thought an account might have been breached with that, with the revenues and that. If that's true, that's criminal, and we need to have somebody investigate that. Is that something where, you know, we can get a mission team in here, we can do a forensic interview, we have labs that can tear things apart, find out logons, there's no cost, it's criminal investigation. I mean, if there truly is an accusation out there that we feel somebody's account has been hacked, then we need to investigate that. That's criminal.
Oh, I agree. But when I was discussing it with Jesse, he claimed if we wouldn't have had, because we don't have some of the software, we probably wouldn't find anything. That we would have had to have had the software to monitor to find that ahead of time. So looking after the fact, it may not do us any good.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with that, because I know a lot of them forensic investigators in the labs and that can, if it was done on a hard drive, it's always going to be there until that hard drive's destroyed.
Interesting, we may have to look at that.
Yeah, because if it's criminal, I mean, we owe that to the public.
The forensic investigators have a lot of tools that we don't have access to in IT. For IT to tell you if somebody had gotten into something, we need to have software that tells us if they did it or not.
Okay.
Who all has access right now, full access?
Full access to, you mean
Access
like
to
an
our
administrative
system.
level of access?
Yep.
As far as I'm aware, the IT department is the only one with domain admin access.
Just you?
At least according to our Active Directory, we're the only ones that have administrative access.
John, do you still have access?
Absolutely not. I got rid of that back when, oh, geez. I guess when Schuster came, I gave that up because I used to do our server side of that, and I haven't done it in years. I don't even have a BSNA account. I don't even have rights to load software on my mobile computer. So I'm right out of it.
Anything else, John?
No, go ahead.
Okay, Jesse, what else you got?
All right. Michelle said, I believe you are closed until the region is opened via executive order. Sandy, I believe Sandy Lane said, Walmart does it, I think in regards to having employees policing the number of people in the store. Bill has said, so you're going for practical versus safety. Sandy said to trust the employees to do their jobs. Merritt D said, will Carrie be only cleaning during morning hours? Most of that cleaning needs to be done at night. Given J says the new building inspector hasn't replaced the ballast in our department that has been requested since February. We can't see files very well in the filing room. Barring the COVID-19, he still has more than a month to do the work and it's still not done, so asking the building inspector to do small maintenance doesn't seem feasible. Merritt D said, could you look at hiring a person that works only for the county 30 to 37.5 for 30,000 to 37,000 a year? Sandy said, cutting sanitary necessities during a global pandemic seems counterproductive. Kim Dewey says, I agree with Sandy. Dodson B said, can Brian Tomaski help out at the courthouse for repairs? Sandy said, that didn't work in the past. Melissa Townsend asked how many part-time hours would be required. Sandy said, MMI could do this with no problem. Deborah Hoyt said just a couple of quick comments. Scrolling down her comment. One, the BSNA software does have an accountability audit trail that lists each change made to the accounting system, who made the change, the date the change was made, and what change was made. Unless an employee gives out their user ID and password, it will show what the employee did and when. It is very helpful to find out who did what and when. Two, the department heads have not been utilizing the Hayes Township facilities to meet. Kim Dewey said, if you cut back on cleaning, we are not going to be able to open because it won't be sanitary. Kim Dewey, oh, she said, do you realize that you're still live, right? Next comments, that must have been when we went on break. Michelle said, I'd say they were clueless about the live feed. Sandy says, definitely, as well as a lot of things. Jake Owen said, absolutely on the BSNA. Shouldn't the sheriff be notified of possible crime like that? Don Van Bond says, in the beginning of the meeting, the board alluded to and offered as explanation of a possible security breach or unauthorized access to computers. When asked about financial numbers being changed / manipulated, is this being investigated by law enforcement? Is the board handling the criminal investigation themselves? I know they're a specialist in network intrusion, and combined with a forensic accountant / audit, the answers would be revealed, or is this going to be ignored and hope it doesn't happen in the future? Michelle said there should be an investigation into the security breach and or unauthorized access of computers. Sandy says by an outside agency. Jake Owen says, no, Sandy, being the, I think Jake Owen must be the sheriff on that other device. It says, no, Sandy, being the sheriff, I should have been advised because of the lien violation. Michelle said, but I find it more plausible that the BSNA audit trail is correct in believing that some random person hacked into the administrator's computer and used her BSNA login to make changes to that revenue line item. Sandy says, true, but which office is being accused? I didn't catch that part. Sherry Spoolman said, Lori, did you say when the absentee balance would be mailed? Has that date been established? Bringle J replied, hi Sherry, if you want to contact our office directly at 539-7131, we can explain the process of absentee voting with the passing of Proposal 3. Your local clerk can receive the request no later than 5 p.m. Friday before the election. Sandy says, not relevant to Clare County. I'm sure that was some other discussion matter. Bringle J says, to the BOC, can you address the budget recommendations of the elected officials that were requested by Commissioner Majewski? They still remain to be read. Sheriff says, I have a comment for public comment time. Thanks, Sheriff Wilson. Davis K, does any of this conversation have anything to do with Clare County business? Sandy says no. Kim Dewey, going in 3 hours. Can we get back to the meeting, please? Annette, no. Move on to the county business. Reno J, it never does. Kenworthy D, I agree with Kay Davis and Jay Bringle. We're going to talk about the budget. There are quite a few employees of this county that would like to know about their futures. Sandy says, please, someone stop the madness. MMI, get MMI to do it. S. Engel says, you put it on hold until you receive further information. Michelle said, looking at the email from AWOL, the total cost of their proposal is $62,400, not $58,000. Sandy says, someone wake up Commissioner Hoefling.
I didn't realize it was asleep.
Merritt D says, that is a union position. Look at your contract with Unit 1 UAW and making that a private company position. David Aldrich says, Judge, as long as you are not asking them to do unethical or immoral acts, I think they would be obligated to clean their area if told to do so. As long as they are being paid and operating within working hours, I don't think they can refuse. If the sheriff asked me to clean our work area, we can't refuse that. Sandy said, what will the budget look like if someone is found to contract COVID-19 because of your mandates? Paul Rogers said, everyone should realize that the jail has one Polycom and one laptop for all the courts, including federal court hearings. We have one room for that. The same systems are used by attorneys to visit their clients. It's difficult now to accommodate everyone. Sandy says, yes, let's put it off. No entrance to people until 15 minutes prior to hearing. Let the attorneys meet somewhere else. Negotiate please over the phone. Davis K says, it's going to take the courts to assist with this as well when they previously would schedule multiple cases for the same time. Sandy says, right, quit overbooking. Piaczek S says, we have control over scheduling of cases, and once Zoom hearings began, we circuit court along with the judges clerks have spaced out hearings. We have no control over the attorney's communication with their clients or the prosecutor prior to court hearings, which is the primary reason court often runs behind. I just want to clarify we don't overbook our docket. Shalise D says, although you're right about scheduling, there is not enough days in the year to stretch things out that far. Think about it, 10 to 15 hearings at one time would take a day to spread out. Having multiple cattle calls in a day would take a week just for one day. We will do what we can, but we do not schedule like that because we like it. Sandy Lane said, I simply meant that the schedule during COVID should only be what it can be. When the lockdown is over, we can ramp it back up just to make the courthouse safer. Shalise D, do you ever think things will get back to normal? Sandy Lane said, influenza was a big thing too. I believe this will just be a new normal. We can adapt, Your Honor. Start a committee, courthouse COVID safety committee. Sandy Lane said, when the governor ends the lockdown, Dave's case is we'll pay the bill, but they reimburse us for that. Michelle said, why is the county paying Clare County Police Department cell phones? Beamer J says it gets reimbursed back from the city. Sandy Lane for group rate. I think it's about giving out a number. Davis K, the reason the detective cell phone is so much is because it was shut off until that position was replaced, and it's a prorated bill for over a month period.
Just conversation.
Yeah, it's just conversation. Are these comments to the board, or are they just conversations?
They're comments that have come in on the public chat, and we don't know if they've directed them to the board directly. They're just directing them to the everyone portion in the chat. And
that's public comment.
Considering.
Well, it's public comment, but you know, the elephant in the room is how many Clare County employees are spending hours watching our board meeting. I mean, they're welcome to watch it, but how many people out in the real world that have a job, their boss isn't gonna let them sit at the computer and watch the meeting? Unfortunately, I mean, if our meetings were at a time when last month people weren't working.
How do you know all those employees are working right now?
Well, I don't know, a bunch of those are employees that are chiming in.
I just have to go over, been late for meetings, so
Just saying.
Okay, Dave, how many more you got, Jesse?
Probably about 20 more.
Okay. Continue.
Kim Dewey says that's a lot of money that you would be saving. You said you need to save every penny you can. Why would you not do it? Michelle said, can you legally block someone from retiring early if they want to? And if you can't, then you can't penalize the department by not allowing to fill a critical position. Sandy says, motion made. Rudy said, check with the union. Grievances will happen. Tyler Blair says, how about another COVID outbreak before winter, and what will you do to stop this or prevent it as well as you can? Worry about that. Don Van Bon said in the beginning of the meeting, the board alluded to, I think he just replied to that again. Dotson D says, what about old employees? Sandy Lane, no, I cut them off when I was IT director. Dotson B says, K. Dave Aldrich, who was showing transferred the funds that could potentially be criminal? Bill said, old employees or individuals that have private persons build or work on department pages. Annette says that was Michael Haley that said the clueless comment, not Michelle. Michelle said I did not make the comment about their mic being on. It was a Michael. Michael Haley says that was me about the live video, not Michelle. Sorry, we missed our place here. Reloaded the screen. Kim Dewey says, I'm furloughed due to the budget cuts. Dave Aldrich says, Mark, I'm a full-time county employee of 12 years and I'm watching and commenting on my own time.
Good, I'm glad he is.
Don Van Bon says, if there's suspected criminal activity afoot, the board owes it to the 30,000 plus citizens of this county to do something about it. The person responsible should be held accountable and this should not get a pass. The board cannot ignore this matter after throwing out allegations of criminal activity. Paul Rogers says, I am on my own time. And that's the bottom of the list for now.
Okay. David, you read your resolution, please?
Yeah, I have a copy for each of you guys. But it's basically, it's just, we're gonna be offering support to Gladwin County if this passes. And then just, I know that we have a bunch of emergency shelters as the county. I was gonna suggest we open them to the Gladwin County residents that have been displaced.
Been a long day. I think that Jerry would be glad to if we needed to, but I imagine, I don't think Gladwin County's been hit near as hard as Midland has. But maybe they have.
I just thought it would be nice to offer.
Yeah, I think we could offer it to them. All right, can I have a second to that resolution?
I'll support it.
Moved by David, seconded by Leonard to the resolution of aid to Gladwin County. Any more discussion? Laurie?
Copley,
Yes.
Strauss,
Yes.
Majeski,
Yes.
Pittsburgh. Yes. Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Kleinhardt.
Yes.
Oh, Haskell, sorry.
Yeah.
Jack, can I?
Will this work or not?
I can, put it on board letterhead and fix it up.
2012.
Okay.
2012. And can I just make one more, I was gonna bring it up under state of the budget.
Yep.
Maybe something to think about too is a while back, Secretary of State made an offer, they wanted to move into this building and pay, I think it was somewhere between $80,000 and $120,000 a year to rent the space, and with senior services moving out of the basement, maybe things could be moved around and accommodate, just something to think about for the next
Are
meeting.
they still interested?
Last year, it was when I was in office.
I don't remember them.
And it's
I don't
my-
remember seeing
Yeah,
an
I
offer like that.
remember them,
Yeah,
but I wasn't sure just how.
They said we didn't have the parking, I think.
they didn't say that, you guys said it.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, Lori Phelps and I have been talking about that.
Well, if that's
So-
something, I mean, that's a great idea if it's something we can do. I
So
mean,
maybe Tracy can reach out to them or Lori Phelps or someone,
Yeah.
if they're still interested.
right?
Now, was they talking about like moving out of Clare and
Yes, they
coming?
are moving out of Clare. They were looking for a new place and had posed the question to the board and the board denied it.
Are they still looking? Well, we
It's
don't
my
know.
understanding,
Yeah.
they are still looking.
That's the way I
They're still-
understood it too.
And Harrison's the hot spot because we're centrally located in the county.
They years ago, they used to be here in the
Were they?
basement.
Were they? Okay,
Yeah, I remember coming up here.
so possibly move the people in the top floor to the basement, or however you want to restructure it, but that could be an option.
Yeah, they used to be, when I say in the basement, that was the college in the basement. I think they used to be down there, kind of
Okay.
where the courts are,
I don't
in
recall.
that wing. Remember, Leonard?
No, I used to, I don't remember coming up here.
The college, Mid-Michigan opened there in the basement. That's where I signed up. Okay, anything else?
I just wanna let you know that it-
Our reduction here was our per diem, is that correct?
In mileage.
No, it was mileage.
In mileage.
Per diem was on there as well,
Yeah.
right?
What?
The board reduction was per diem.
Well,
Yes, but they still have some funds in there, so, which, with this COVID thing and not going to township meetings and stuff, there's still some funds left in there. I just wanna make a point that, if we extend them for the executive order, we will not have access to that,
January 1?
June 1.
or June 1. So, and we don't have the equipment for the meeting, so just letting you know.
Well, let's cross that bridge when we get there.
Okay.
The bridge already washed out.
Let's watch out. All right. Thank you, Jesse.
Oh,
safe out there.
that was growling.
That's a
No.
marathon.
I'm hungry.